Hello, dear viewers. Support me by subscribing to my channel and share my video if you like it. And also, make sure you comment your thoughts. Now let's start the video.
January 11th. Later, I was deleting the Kappa watch on my phone. As good as it was, a dedicated program for finding Kappa wasn't useful anymore. And without my supercomputer, I couldn't turn it into something new, so bye-bye Kappa watch. You have served me well. Sam came in with a pot of coffee. Oh, thank God, I said, walking over to join him at his dinner table. I'm running at fumes at this point. Yeah, you all look like you had a hell of a day, Sam noted with a look at me, then at the hallway where Cap and Natasha had gone. What exactly is going on? I shrugged, watching as Sam set out some creamer and sugar, bringing some cups to him. I'm honestly just the guy who shoved myself into the mess. I wanted to help Captain America, then they're trying to kill me. But here's what I know, and what Cap and Nat told me on the way here. I gave Sam the lowdown. Project Insight, Fury dying, S.H.I.E.L.D. attacking Cap, S.H.I.E.L.D. attacking me, the stuff we'd found out from Arnhem's Zola, and finally the X-shaped device I'd made from Arnhem's parts. So that little thing has all the info you need? Sam asked. He was scrambling some eggs now and had some toast set aside. Yep. As far as we know, I took another sip of coffee. By the way, do you know me somehow? Sam asked. I sipped my coffee again. I mean, you seem to recognize my name. I didn't speak for a moment, leaning back in my chair. Yeah, S.H.I.E.L.D. had a file on you. They said you were a good soldier. I didn't dig through anything, but apparently they were planning to recruit you one day. Sam froze for a moment. He looked up. And if S.H.I.E.L.D. is Hydra, not all of it, I corrected him. Black Widow isn't. There's a whole lot of people there who are probably just trying to help people and have no idea they were even infiltrated by Hydra at all. But yeah, if S.H.I.E.L.D. knew about you, Hydra might too. That's mildly terrifying. Sam put the eggs he'd cooked onto a plate. I think the world got terrifying the moment I woke up in a New York City that had aliens and superhumans as part of the day-to-day, I admitted. Compared to that, all this espionage stuff is almost normal. At least we know Hydra is a threat made by normal men. Normal, racist men. Sam, a black man, and me, an Arab man, shared a glance. Can't believe we're dealing with Nazis, Sam mumbled. Hey, they came back, and Captain America came with them. We shared a grin at that. I want to kick some Hydra ass. I'm just wondering what we need to do to get it done. I mean, all I knew about Project Insight was that they had 3 big old helicarriers with repulsor technology installed. Sounds like you can do a lot of damage with those, Sam said. He put the eggs and toast on the table, and I thanked him as I got some. I'm going to go get those too. He walked back to where Steve and Natasha were, and I continued to eat. The group entered shortly. Natasha gave me a look, eyeing the Omnitrix, but didn't say anything. I decided that was progress. Steve sat next to me, while Natasha took a spot nearby to lean against a wall. Sam took some toast and started buttering it, sitting down with us. So what do we do? I asked the 2 superheroes. Have you gone through the information that you took from Zola? Natasha asked me. I shook my head. I may have a genius on my wrist, but I'm not skilled in espionage or military tactics. I wanted to wait. I reached for my device and tapped the top of it. X device. Wake up. The glass and steel creation buzzed for a moment before projecting a holographic screen facing me and Cap. Whoa! Sam looked at the hologram, ignoring the toast in his hand. How is that possible? Natasha asked, as stunned as Sam. Arnim Zola wasn't made of any tech to make holograms. Doesn't matter, I said. Jury-Rig doesn't see technology based on what it is. When he tears things apart, it gives him insight into what is possible. He's like a guy who breaks apart a Lego house so he can see the pieces, then makes something new. I'm not going to question it, Steve said. Show us what you've got. Funnily enough, he actually didn't seem too worried. I suppose his experience with sudden new tech was more flexible, after being frozen in the ice. X-device? What do you got on Project Insight? I asked. One moment, sir, Natasha flinched when the device spoke. Wait, is it alive? She stepped forward, staring at the X device. "No, I am not, ma'am." The voice was very country, the sort you'd hear in Texas. I'd wanted a voice based on something American, seeing as we were fighting Nazis. Mahmoud made me as an interface to access my files. "He's just a basic virtual intelligence," I explained. "He can simulate responses and reactions, but beyond that, he's not a real person." "No offense meant, X?" "None to be taken, sir," he responded. "That means you killed Zola?" Steve asked me. I scoffed. "No, he wasn't AI. He wasn't even a brain upload. Damn close, but true AI. And brain uploads can develop. They can come up with new ideas, process emotion, learn, even do stupid things. Zola wasn't alive. He was just a recording. A tape that could spit out the responses on cue. He was stuck in time. No soul, no true intelligence." "That is correct, sir," X said. "At most, he was a lesser version of myself." "Ah, I have the files," X said, displaying the files on the holographic screen in front of us. I lifted a hand up to flip through them by pressing my fingers to the screen and moving them. "Let's see, Project Insight." I brought up files of various blueprints. I threw those over to Natasha, who blinked when the X device created a second screen for her. "Here are the blueprints for the helicarriers. But Zola said it required an algorithm." "What for?" "Fury said that the goal was to kill terrorists before they could strike." Steve sounded a bit disgusted. "Maybe Hydra wanted to do something with that?" "No." Natasha flipped through the blueprints I'd sent her, zooming in to look at the various hallways. "It can't be just a plot to kill terrorists." The way Zola spoke, it was as though this was some sort of endgame. "We have the algorithm, and we have the information Zola had." Natasha said hesitantly. A southern accent replied, "Yes, ma'am. Is there anything in your files on what the algorithm was supposed to do?" "No, ma'am. It was made to predict things on a massive scale, using the internet, stored footage, medical records, social media, actual media, and various other sources." X replied, "Zola believed that you could predict the course of a man's life by following these trends. But there is no record of what Hydra itself was going to do with it." "Well, that's convenient," Natasha said with a sarcastic grumble. "It makes sense, though, right? Zola made the algorithm, so it makes sense. He would have that in his brain, but I doubt Hydra put all their plans in an outdated location that wasn't even guarded." I stated before asking, "So what now?" "Well, someone launched that domestic missile at us." Natasha closed her screen, tossing it to me. "Who in S.H.I.E.L.D. can do that?" "Pierce." Steve leaned back in his chair, looking annoyed. "Alexander Pierce," X said, head of Hydra and one of their highest officials. He would often visit Zola for advice. "Well, right now he's in one of the most secure buildings in the world," Natasha said. "Not a problem." I raised the Omnitrix. "I can just smash my way in and grab him. But then, I don't know who is Hydra in the building and who isn't." "X, do you have a list?" "One moment. I have select personal. But many of Hydra's operatives are hidden, and I'm sure that Zola's information base was heavily outdated. The various leaders do not trust each other to share a full list of soldiers, and Zola was technically a defunct asset beyond his algorithm." "But it's a good start." Steve leaned forward. "Who in Hydra worked under Pierce?" "Jasper Sitwell." We all looked at Natasha. "He was on the Lemurian Star, where I first stole Zola's algorithm. He is on my list of subordinates. Apparently, his son is currently going to Hydra Preparatory Academy." We turned to look at X. I looked around. "Hydra has an academy for kids." Steve let out an explosive breath, running a hand down his face. "Okay, focus. We need to kidnap Sitwell. Find out what the algorithm is for. So the question is, how do the two most wanted people in Washington and their shape-shifting friend kidnap a S.H.I.E.L.D. officer in broad daylight?" Sam got up, drawing our attention. He went into the kitchen and threw a folder on the table. "Answer is you don't." Steve looked down at the folder Sam had dropped. "What's this?" "Call it a resume," Sam said confidently. I leaned over to stare at the photo. Sam was there, a little younger than he was now, wearing a tight suit. A man stood next to him, wearing the same suit, both holding goggles in their hands. Natasha picked up the photo, looking at it closely. "Is this Bakmala?" Natasha asked. Sam nodded. "The Khalid Kandil mission that was you," she gave Steve a glance. "You didn't say he was a pararescue." Steve was focused on something else as he took the photo. His eyes were on the other guy standing next to Sam. He looked up at Sam. "Is this Riley?" Sam nodded. "Yeah." Sam and Steve seemed to pass something between each other with that look. "I didn't comment on it." Natasha spoke once again. "I heard they couldn't bring in the choppers because of the RPGs. What did you use? A stealth shoot?" "No," Sam stepped forward, picking the folder up to hand to Steve. "These." Steve took the folder, opening it. I grinned at what was inside. I'd guessed, but it was still cool to see the truth. Steve seemed amused. "I thought you said you were a pilot." Sam grinned. "I never said pilot." Steve looked down at the folder. After a thoughtful pause, he shook his head. "I can't ask you to do this, Sam. You got out for a good reason." "Dude, Captain America needs my help. There's no better reason to get back in," Sam said firmly. Steve and Natasha gave me a look. I held up my hands. "Hey, he didn't hear it from me. When Captain America needs help, people want to help him." Steve looked between me and Sam, and he seemed overwhelmed for a moment. After a while, he nodded. "Okay. Where do we get these things?" "The last one is at Fort Meade, behind 3 guarded gates and a 12-inch steel wall." Steve and Natasha shared a look. She shrugged. Steve looked back at Sam. "Shouldn't be a problem." He threw a folder onto the table. On it, several words were emblazoned. XO7 Falcon. "I guess I'm going to need to make another radar jammer," I said before turning to Steve. "And you need to make a phone call." "Wait," Steve interrupted, already guessing what I was getting at. "I don't think that's necessary." "They'll want in on this," I said to Steve. "I mean, the stuff you're dealing with, at least let them know you're okay, man." Steve looked at Natasha. She smirked. "I have no secure way to contact them." My answer was to throw my smartphone to him. He caught it out of the air easily. "That's my phone. It's undetectable by anything short of actual magic. You can call anyone on the planet and not worry about people listening in." Steve stared at me, at a loss for words. I shrugged. "They're your friends, right? I'd want to know my friends are safe." "He's right," Natasha said. "Plus, we might want to call them to help later." "I don't want to drag anyone else into this," Steve protested. "I'm not sure what's going on," Sam said, drawing our attention. "But if the people you want to call are friends, if Riley was alive, and he didn't ask me for help with something this big, I would never forgive him." Steve looked around. After a moment, he sighed and walked to the other room. "Fine, I'll make the call." A while later, I was sitting in a room with Natasha and Steve, waiting for Sam to do his part of the plan. He was looking over the city from a nearby window. Natasha, on the other hand, was asking me questions. "So you say you're from Oakland?" she asked pointedly. "Born there," I answered, "raised in different cities in California, then spent part of my life in Oregon before I came here." "Where you got the Omnitrix?" Black Widow asked. "Yep." "Who gave it to you?" "No idea." She raised an eyebrow at that. "None." "Well, some," I admitted, "but I have no idea for sure." "So someone gave you, a random nobody by your own admission, alien technology programmed with the ability to turn you into beings like Diamond Head, and you have no idea why?" Natasha asked skeptically. "None." I looked at her. Her gaze was neutral. I sighed. "Yeah, I know it's suspicious. I'm just doing the best I can with the tools I've been given." Just then, the elevator down the hall opened. Natasha gave me a look. "You ready?" "Yep," I answered easily. The 3 of us went over the elevator. Inside stood Sam and another man. Older than us, with a bald head, skin a shade darker than mine, wearing glasses, slightly overweight. He also looked scared as hell and about to piss himself. He stared at us as Sam shoved him forward. I grinned. This was going to be fun. Steve threw the guy, Sitwell, through the door to the rooftop as Natasha and I followed. Sitwell fell, rolled back, and got up almost tripping over his feet as Steve followed him. I circled around, and the 3 of us strode towards the man. I stared at him, feeling my anger fill me. Hydra, this guy was one of the people who had tried to kill me. Things were feeling pretty personal about now. Steve didn't waste time. Tell me about Zola's algorithm. Sitwell took fast steps back, trying to stay calm. Never heard of it. What were you doing on the Lemurian star? I was throwing up. I get seasick. We got to the edge of the roof, and Steve grabbed Sitwell's suit, pulling him close so they were face to face. It was tense for a moment. Then Sitwell smiled. Is this little display meant to insinuate that you're going to throw me off the roof? Because it's really not your style, Rogers. Steve eyed Sitwell. After a moment, Steve smiled back, stepping away. No, it's not. Luckily, I've got people for that. I pressed the Omnitrix. Instantly, orange fur sprouted across my form, and my eyes faded away. I got down on all fours and roared, a snarling bestial cry of rage and joy all in one. Oh my God, Sitwell squealed. I know, right? Natasha stepped forward, a rush of sweet scent and beautiful sound moving along the rooftop to step past me. And that's not even your immediate problem. With a smooth move, she slammed her foot into Sitwell's chest as he freaked out at the sight of my wild mutt form. Wow! As Sitwell's voice faded in the distance, Natasha looked over at Steve, snapping her fingers. Oh, wait, what about that girl in the science division, Diana? Debbie, Steve replied, looking down at the falling form of Sitwell. With the blue stripe in her hair? Yeah, Natasha said happily. She's cute, right? Yeah, I'm not ready for that. I let out a bark, a small chuff, trying to sound disapproving. I know, Natasha said, sounding as disappointed as I did. Steve didn't know what to think of that. Suddenly, in a burst of noise, Sam rocketed past us on his winged jetpack. A winged jetpack, man, with big grey wings, graceful flight, and cool rockets. How freaking awesome was Sam? Sitwell was in his left hand, still screaming in fear. Sam went over us, dropping Sitwell onto the rooftop. As soon as Sitwell dropped, I rushed him. Sitwell screamed anew, trying to escape, but I landed on his back, twisting him so he was facing up at my snarling jaws. I bit down in front of his nose and sucked in the sweet scent of fear. Oh God! Sitwell screamed in horror. I drooled on his face. He screamed louder. Please get him off. Think we forgot to mention that in this form he likes the taste of people. Widow happily added, which only made Sitwell whimper in fear. I laughed, a growling noise filling the air. Kid, Steve barked as they came closer. I stepped away immediately, letting Sitwell rise. Zola's algorithm is a program, Sitwell said hurriedly, trying to back away from Sam, Natasha, me and any other monsters hiding nearby. For choosing Insight's targets. We got that part, Natasha said wryly. As she walked by me, she ran a hand along my head, getting a pleased growl as she scratched my head. Who are the targets? All of you. Sitwell looked around, trying to breath, flinching whenever he laid eyes on me. A TV anchor in Cairo, the Undersecretary of Defense, a high school valedictorian in Iowa City, Bruce Banner, Stephen Strange, anyone who's a threat to Hydra, now or in the future. I stopped growling. Anyone. Anyone. Even a baby could eventually grow to have a rebellious hatred of Hydra. What if he developed that as a child when he saw his parents were killed? Would Project Insight decide he was a risk? Hell, anyone could decide Hydra was evil. Peter Parker, Matt Murdock, Jessica Jones, the people of Wakanda. If any of them decided to rise against Hydra, Hydra would attack. And once they did, I slapped my Omnitrix symbol. In a snarl, I rose to my feet as a human, ignoring Natasha backing away hurriedly from where she'd been petting me. How many people? Sitwell stared at me. How many? Millions. Sitwell looked around at us. The Insight helicarriers will kill millions. We were in Sam's car later, driving at high speed towards the Triskelion, the headquarters of S.H.I.E.L.D. I was sitting in the back on the left of Sitwell, behind Sam, while Natasha sat behind Steve on Sitwell's right. So we're going to sneak in there and shut it down? I asked. That's the plan, Steve said grimly. Well, Project Insight is launching in 20 hours. We should be able to get it done in time, Natasha noted. leaning forward to speak to Steve and Sam. "I know, but let's make it fast anyways," Steve said. "We'll use him to bypass the DNA scans and get to the helicarriers. Then we can have Jury Rig or Diamond Head stop them from flying." "What?" I winced when Sitwell yelled in my ear. "Are you kidding me? That is a terrible. A massive impact hit the roof. Then a robot hand shattered the back window, grabbed Sitwell, and threw him screaming from the car. "Holy shit!" I yelled, shocked. I could see Sitwell fly 20 feet before slamming into a car, rolling to a stop, only to get run over. "Damn! Move!" Natasha grabbed me and pulled me from my seat as a bullet slammed into the cushion. I let her move me, following her lead, and she forced me into the front seat with Steve, where we crammed ourselves in as awkwardly together as possible. "How did he even get on the car?" I yelled in shock. Natasha shot at the roof as the guy on it fired back. Steve reached over Natasha to slam the parking brakes on as Sam drove, and we came to an abrupt stop. A man came flying off the roof, rolled along the pavement, then got to a kneeling stance and slammed his fingers into the concrete. Coming to a stop, his robotic arm glinted in the light, and I stared. Winter Soldier. He rose to his feet. His face was covered in a mask and goggles. But I knew Bucky Barnes rested beneath that mask. I reached for the Omnitrix. Natasha raised her gun, and a car slammed into us from behind. For a moment, Natasha's elbow was in my stomach as we were thrown around by the impact, and I hurriedly pushed myself into the back seat. Our car was forced forward at high speed towards the Winter Soldier. He leaped over and onto the car with another loud thump. Sam tried to put on the brakes, but we were getting pushed by the car behind us even so. "Put on the gas," I yelled. Sam punched it. Behind me I could see Winter Soldier's feet as he hopped from the roof to the hood of the truck. The truck came around as Sam sped down the road, and I cursed when my body was slid from side to side all over the place. The truck slammed into the car once more, and we were sent into the guardrail. There was a horrific moment where I was airborne. I reached for the Omnitrix. Steve, Natasha, and Sam flew out of the car. I had a brief moment where Natasha and I shared a horrified glance, and then I was alone as the car flipped through the air. The car was spinning in the air, sending me up into the ceiling where I slammed my neck into the roof. The whole world had gone crazy. At some point I slapped my wrist. Still, I was bounced around and I felt pain blossomed with each slam against the car. Then I was transformed. But the car still rolled. I still smashed into things over and over again. The car still threw me around, bouncing me against everything. Finally, the car came to a stop. I lay there for a second, then I got up to my feet with a snarl. Someone had hurt me. Someone had to pay. The car was on its back. I didn't care. I slammed my claws into the floor that was now above me and slashed my way through steel, plastic, and foam. I dug my way out and pushed my way to freedom. Once I was out, my gills took a deep breath. I pointed my head towards the heat of the sun on my face. I roared, declaring my rage. I was in pain, but not to the point of actual injury, just enough to make me mad. I snapped my head to focus on my opponents. They smelled like gunpowder, plastic, and leather. There was a hint of more gunpowder in the air, and the metal of weapons. One of them was the Winter Soldier. His men stared at me in fear. The Winter Soldier aimed his weapon at me. I leaped away as a metal object propelled itself from his weapon to me, exploding on Sam's car and destroying it for good. Soldiers began to fire at me. I ran at high speed, my enhanced senses showing me where they were, the sound of bullet fire only aiding me in what I was doing. Guns allowed, but when I was prepared for them, I could use them to help me find my targets. Winter Soldier shot at me again. I ducked low on the pavement, letting the grenade fly overhead, and rushed towards the soldiers. I roared, my claws dug into the concrete, and I leaped towards one. As the second car pulled up to spill more soldiers, I landed on the one I'd targeted and slashed at his chest, slicing deep. He tried to raise his gun, screaming in horror, and I took the assault rifle into my mouth. My teeth sliced into the metal with ease. The others tried to aim at me, the smell of fear in the air, and I leaped towards another soldier, slashing at his leg to leave enormous gashes in him. When they started shooting again, I was up in the air, leaping over a sedan. I ran around it, then leaped to grab a guy by the leg, pulling him to throw him at a nearby car. The soldiers tried to get a bead on me, but I ran back around, dodging the gunfire in great leaping bounds, using cars as cover. When I was close enough, I jumped over the hood of the Humvee to grab the back of a soldier's jacket. "Shit," was all the soldier could yell as I pulled him over the hood. I growled, grabbing his gun and tossing it to Sam, who'd snuck around the guardrails. He let out a surprised shout when an assault rifle fell out of the sky to land in front of him, but I ignored that to bash the soldier I had on the ground in the face, breaking his jaw and knocking him out. Just then, another Humvee rolled up. Smelling the gunpowder inside, I leaped over to it, slamming into the roof of the second car. The men inside were about to get out, so I responded by ripping the roof off to join them inside. In the enclosed space, they couldn't escape. I was a deadly monster in an Humvee full of men. I only had to do what came best. I started slamming my feet against people, my tail wildly swinging through the air, and my teeth dug past body armor to fill my mouth with hot blood. I tried my best not kill anyone. I still wasn't ready for an act so heinous, but Wild Mutt's primal nature left me happy to maim, which left my victims panicking. God help! It's got my arm! Shoot it. Somebody fucking shoot this thing. The 8 men in the car tried to fight back, but it's hard to aim a gun at something that big in such a small space when it is slicing your arms open. Just then, an arm reached into the rooftop and grabbed me by the neck. For a moment, I thought it was the Winter Soldier when I felt the metal fingers lift me up out of the Humvee and toss me out to the pavement. But as I got up with a snarl, I realized it was someone else entirely, someone I recognized. He stood as bald as ever, his black skin shining in the sunlight. Skin the same color as the car I'd just been in. Creel! I roared, rushing him. Creel stepped forward, and I leaped onto the man, sending him back into the car, which crumpled under his weight. I bit down at his throat, and he got his left forearm in the way. I gnawed on that instead, my claws ripping at his shirt and digging gouges into his skin. He swore, then punched me in the ribs with his right arm. I bit down harder. He punched me again, and this time I was forced to back off. I leaped off him, growling, and circled around for a moment. Then I saw more soldiers come around to aim guns at me. I hurriedly reached for the Omnitrix. In a flash of light, I became bipedal again. My claws shifted to become a single one on the back of my fist. My orange fur became striped with black, and a white patch grew on my belly. The Omnitrix went from my shoulder to my chest. I roared, the sound erupting in a wave. "Oh yeah, baby!" I flexed my muscles, bursting with power. "The wrath is back!" The soldiers fired at me, but I didn't feel a thing as bullets bounced off my skin. "Hey you!" I pointed at Creel, who was stepping forward. "Let me tell you something, Creel. Wrath doesn't—" Creel punched me in the face. I stepped back, shaking my head. "Wrath doesn't." He punched me in the gut, and I snarled. "Wrath doesn't." Creel leaped up and slammed his fist into my chin. It didn't hurt too much, but it was enough to send me onto my back, physics working against me. I snarled, shaking my head. Creel stepped forward and I leaped to my feet, roaring. The burst of noise sent Creel back. Wrath doesn't like being interrupted while Wrath is insulting people. It's what Wrath does, and now Wrath's gonna interrupt your face with Wrath's fist and make you like it. Creel tried to attack again, but this time I was ready. I leaped forward, slipped under his right cross to circle around to his back. My arms wrapped around his waist, and I pulled him close, his metal back to my chest. I flexed, lifting him off the ground. "Ah, shit," Creel yelled. He tried to struggle, and I grinned. "Too late?" I grinned toothily. "Final." I lifted him up, leaning back into a classic German suplex. I slammed him into the concrete head first. Then I leaped up, still holding him, and brought us back to standing. Atomic, one more suplex. I brought us back to standing, spun him around so he was upside down in my arms, then leaped 20 feet into the air. Spinning towards the ground as soldiers stared in awe, I slammed Creel headfirst into the pavement. Buster. A crater was slammed into the bridge. I sat for a moment, with Creel embedded in the bridge at the center of the crater. Ha! I rose up, lurching. Why do you even try? You're always going to ice skate uphill. Then wrath will make the hill and not hill, so your trying is meaningless. While I love the trash talk, that doesn't make any sense. I looked up to see Sam. He was holding one of the assault rifles that belonged to the soldiers and wore his jetpack in its folded form, giving me a look of surprise. He shook his head. Hey, I'm gonna help, Cap. You got this? Wrath has everything. I turned to look at Creel. He was rising from the crater. Go flies around like a falcon but doesn't have feathers. Got it, Sam said after a confused glance. Creel rose to his feet, shaking his head before glaring at me. I should have figured I couldn't beat you like this, he said, stepping forward. You're dumb if you didn't. I stepped forward as well, glaring. I'm the Wrath. Wrath can't be beaten. Not now, not ever. Bring on your best, Mr. Absorb stuff and works for stupid Hydra. Creel smiled. You know, you remind me of my boxing days. The guys who were all talk until I finally beat some sense into them. His skin went from black steel to flesh. I'm going to do the same to you. Creel reached into a pocket. If I'd been thinking straight, I'd have stopped them. But as Wrath, with my lowered IQ, I just stared at him. He took out what looked like a piece of rock, barely a pebble. It glowed slightly with a blue light. He raised it for me to see. Vibranium, like in your friend's shield. My eyes widened in horror. I sped forward, and Creel clenched his fist around it. I lashed out with my claw, trying to beat him to the punch. My claw slammed into his face, and uselessly bounced off his blue chin. Damn it, I roared. I lashed out again and again, slashing at him. Creel let me fruitlessly hit him for a bit. Break, you moron. Let me tell you something, Creel of Hydra. When Wrath hits something, it breaks. Creel caught my fist. He squeezed, and I screamed. For the first time, I felt unbearable pain as Wrath. I tried to pull back, but he was unmovable. That's the thing, Creel smiled, his blue face shifting. I'm unbreakable. He pulled back and punched. I staggered back, falling to my knees. He kicked me in the chest, and I went flying, slamming into a car. The force of my impact made it slide back, then over the edge and off the bridge, smashing the guardrail and sending concrete through the air. The car landed on the street below, with me smashing into it a second later. It turned into scrap on the pavement. I rested there for a moment, groggy. Then Creel landed on my stomach. He wasn't that heavy, so it didn't hurt much. His right hook did. From his spot on my body, Creel grabbed my neck and started punching me in the face. Over and over, his vibranium fist hit me in the chin, cheek, and nose. Soon blood started to pour from my lips and nostrils. I was scared, but I was also Wrath. I didn't want to die, but I was also not about to let Creel hit me without making him pay for it. Wrath. I wasn't willing to let him kill me without leaving a mark. With a roar, I grabbed Creel by the shoulders. In his vibranium form, he was lighter than his steel form, so I could lift him and toss him over me. He was sent flying, and I quickly rolled to my feet. I fell to my right knee, staggering. Creel landed on his back nearby, rolling to his feet as well. Thinking quickly, I grabbed the car I'd been embedded in and threw it at Creel. It smashed into him with fruitless results, exploding and sending shrapnel everywhere. Creel walked right through it, smiling. Nothing you can do to hurt me, Creel said. Wrath is willing to try, I spat blood out, rising up. Wrath is willing to break vibranium. Then the Omnitrix began to beep before flashing a red light. In an instant, I was human again. Unhurt, but human. Oh, I said softly. I met eyes with Creel. He smiled. Oh shit. Creel ran towards me. Then bullets started hitting him from the right at a high speed. We looked over there and saw Sam. He was holding a minigun. Where did he get that? pouring bullets into Creel. "Run!" Sam yelled. I sped towards him, Creel following at a walking pace, acting as though the bullets slamming into his face and chest were simple raindrops. Sam backed away, and I came up next to him. "Any chance you can turn into something that can beat this dude?" Sam yelled over the minigun roaring in his hands. "Not for a while," I yelled back. The two of us walked backwards as Creel moved towards us. "Well, that's just great," Sam cried out sarcastically. Creel was about 10 feet away when Sam tossed the minigun away. "Come on," Sam grabbed my arm and leaped up. His wings unfurled, and the rockets activated, launching us into the sky. Creel reached out for me as Sam lifted me into the air, barely scraping his fingers against my shoes. "Shit," I cried out as Sam flew us over the battlefield, aiming towards where Steve was battling the Winter Soldier. He dropped me near some cars, and I rolled as I hit the floor, trying to mimic what I'd seen from parkour videos. I landed in between a Honda Civic and a Prius, slamming into the Prius with my shoulder as I stumbled. As expected, it hurt a lot, but it was a lot better than what Creel would have done.
"Thanks, Sam,"
I yelled out hurriedly, running as soon as I found my feet. I tried to circle where Cap and the Winter Soldier were battling. I found myself staring slightly as two superhumans duked it out in the middle of the street. Winter Soldier was stabbing with a knife, trying to slice into Steve, while Steve used martial arts to keep him at bay. They moved with intense speed, mere blurs of motion. After a brief moment, Steve kicked the Winter Soldier in the chest, sending him flying into a car. I jumped when someone landed behind me, only to sigh in relief when I saw it was Sam with Natasha. She was bleeding from her left shoulder, which she held tightly with a grimace. "You okay?" I asked her. "Later," she said back quickly. "Where's the guy you were fighting?" "Right there." Sam pointed at Creel. He was running towards us, pushing aside a bus and sending it flying. The three of us scattered, my heart pumping hard in my chest, and Creel followed me. "Damn it, Wrath, why do you have to annoy people so much?" I yelled. I ran past Steve and Winter Soldier, who both ignored me, heading for the only thing that could save me. I grabbed it, wrenching it out of the back of van, and quickly spun to lift it in front of me. Creel's fist slammed into Captain America's shield, and nothing happened. Vibranium hit vibranium alloy and left me safe. I didn't know why Steve's shield was in the back of the van, but it saved my life. Next to where Creel and me stood, Captain America was thrown over the hood of a truck, landing about 8 feet to my right. Thinking fast, I dropped low as Creel threw another punch, ducking that and rolling. "Steve!" I threw the shield to him. Steve got up and caught the shield, hurriedly putting it on as he and Winter Soldier squared up. For a brief moment we all faced each other. Captain America, Winter Soldier, Creel and me. Then the Omnitrix beeped out with a green light. I reached for it. Creel rushed me. Winter Soldier rushed Steve. I twisted the dial on the Omnitrix, found an alien and hit the face as Creel punched me. His blue glowing fist hit my chest, then pierced through me, skin split around his knuckles. The muscle, bones, organs, until he made the same journey out the other side. His fist went straight through my heart and spine, turning them into goo. Or at least it would have, if all those things hadn't been changing into goo anyways. "Goop," I announced in a robotic voice echoing from the device floating over my head. I now stood as tall as Creel. My body stood in a bipedal form, made of a green gelatinous form. The Omnitrix symbol rested on the anti-gravity projector floating over me, the device erecting a gravitational force over me to allow me to stand. If I'd had a mouth, I'd have smiled. "Let's do this," I shouted through the anti-gravity projector. Creel stared at me, shocked. "What are you supposed to be? Green shit." "Rude," I replied, offended. I threw some goo into his eyes. Creel staggered back, removing his fist and wiping at his eyes. Okay, I'm going to turn you into a stain on the sidewalk." Creel tried to punch me again. All he got for his efforts was goo on his fist. I grabbed him in my gelatinous hands and tossed him back. My form shape-shifted, becoming nothing but liquid, and the device over me gripped me in its gravitational hold, flying me over to Creel. Being goop was so weird. I was technically two beings in this form, the shapeless goo and the flying saucer, letting that goo shapeshift. I had no bones, no organs or muscles, so I had to move through the saucer. My chemistry was up to me, so I could change from harmless to acidic. It should have been confusing, but it was oddly natural, as though my human form was the one that was weird, that I had always been able to change shape and acidity. As I did now, I surrounded Creel in a bubble of me and changed into the strongest acid I knew how. Creel punched at me as I covered his body. It did nothing. Vibranium or not, you can't punch goop to death. I watched through the saucer as Creel's clothes were dissolved. But that was it. Damn it. Apparently vibranium can't be melted. Still, I had other options. Before I could enact those, I saw Kube get kicked by Winter Soldier. The Winter Soldier stepped forward and grabbed Steve's throat. He raised his knife. No! My saucer form flew at the Winter Soldier. I slashed into the back of his hand, blood flying into the air and forcing him to drop the knife. With Creel, my goo fell to the floor, allowing him freedom. Creel, not missing a beat, ran towards Cap. I guess he thought he'd thrown enough punches. I flew back to my goo and rose up behind Creel. "You want a piece of me?" I said, spinning to throw a portion of myself at Creel's left foot as it hit the floor. Green goo slammed into his foot. Creel kept running forward. The goo stretched. Then it snapped back into position, forcing Creel to stay. Goop can become acidic, but he can also become an adhesive, as sticky and stretchy as you want. "What the hell?" Creel said. In front of him, Captain America and Winter Soldier moved off, Cap knocking off Winter Soldier's mask with a left uppercut. "Here, have all the pieces you want," I shouted. I spun around, becoming a floating green swirl, and rapidly fired off portions of myself. They hit Creel in the back and shoulders. He struggled, but this wasn't a heavy weight. It wasn't a kinetic force for his vibranium form to absorb. This was glue, surrounding him in adhesive and gummy stuff. In seconds, he was covered in the stuff from neck to toe in a massive pile of sticky glue. He slowly struggled through it, but it would take him a while to get out. Once I was done, I walked around to look at him. Creel glared at me. "I'm still not down," Creel said. "I'll get out of this eventually." "Oh, don't worry." I reached for the Omnitrix, floating with my anti-gravity projector, about to turn into Blitzwolfer to hit him with a sonic blast. "I've got something." An explosion filled the air. I turned to see a car in front of Steve, finished turning into scrap metal. When I looked around the battlefield, I saw Steve, Sam, and Natasha all standing in different spots. Natasha was next to a silver truck, while Sam was by a blue taxi. Steve stood closest to me, and he was staring at the destroyed car with shock on his face. I wondered why for a moment. Then I remembered Steve had uppercutted the Winter Soldier's mask off. Bucky's mask. He'd seen his friend's face on a killer. "Steve," I started to say. Then the police sirens began to ring out. A bunch of black SUVs rolled up, spilling out men in black military uniforms. I turned into liquid and flew forwards, throwing pieces of myself at one of the vans and surrounding the soldiers, coming out in more adhesive, attaching them to their SUVs. I was going to do it again, my form shifting to aim at guys surrounding Steve. "Freeze, or I'll kill him." I stopped, shape-shifting my body to look towards the person yelling at me. For a moment, I wondered why the KG beast from Batman vs. Superman was standing there. Then I saw what he was doing. He and 5 other men had Sam at gunpoint. Sam was looking at me sadly, his hands up. Fake KG beast glared at me. "Change back." My eyes moved quickly around my body as I stood there. Nearby, Natasha was captured as well, forced to her knees with no regard for her injuries. Steve was on his knees staring at me. Sam still had his hands up, clenching and unclenching them. Creel was still in the goo I'd surrounded him in, looking at me. Fake AKG beast stepped closer to Sam and said, "Change back, now." For the first time, I felt dissatisfaction with my Omnitrix menu. If I had Lodestar, I'd have been able to rip the guns out of these guys' hands. Instead, I reached up for the anti-gravity projector and tapped the Omnitrix. In an instant, I was human again. Fake KG Beast turned his gun from Sam to me. He stepped towards me, eyes hard. "On your knees," I glared at him defiantly. In a blur of motion, he slammed the butt of his gun into my chin. I crumbled to the ground. As stars filled my eyes, I spat blood from my mouth and glared up at the guy. He smirked. Then he lifted his boot high. "No," Steve shouted as the boot came down. "Don." A burst of pain followed. Then I was out. I woke up later in a van. I looked around groggily. "Hey," Natasha said to my right. I looked over at her. She smiled shakily at me. "Good to see you're awake." My jaw hurt like hell. I tried to lift my hands, but they felt really heavy for some reason. Natasha shook her head. "Don't move. Rollins gave you a hell of a hit."
"Is that who that was?" I slurred.
I looked across from us. Sam and Steve sat on the right side of the van. Sam was looking at Steve, who was staring at the floor. There were also two helmeted guards with hands on their weapons. One female, the other male, both clearly Hydra, through my throbbing headache. As the van bounced around, I tried to remember what happened. Steve looked up at me. "Did X have anything about Bucky being the Winter Soldier?" Steve asked softly. Everyone, even one of the guards, looked at me. My headache intensified, but I thought of a response. "We never thought to check," I answered. For a moment, I felt relief. I'd hidden X in Sam's garage. Nobody but an Omnitrix user could unlock him, but better safe than sorry. "The Winter Soldier?" I asked slowly. I already knew, but I felt Steve wanted to talk. We might all be dead soon anyway. I held back my fear at the thought. Steve looked down at the floor again. "Yeah, and he didn't even know who I was." "How's he even alive?" Natasha asked. "Was he frozen, like you?" "Zola," Steve said, still looking down. "Bucky's whole unit was captured in 43. Zola experimented on him. Whatever he did must have helped Bucky survive the fall. They must have found him and—" "You couldn't have known," I said softly. "You would have done everything you could." "He's right," Sam added. Steve was quiet for a moment. When he spoke again, it was almost in a whisper. "Even when I had nothing, I had Bucky." We were quiet. Then Sam looked at Natasha. He turned to the guards. "We need to get a doctor here." My head still throbbing, I looked over at Natasha. Her shoulder was bleeding profusely. I wanted to reach over, only to feel my hands held down by weight. I looked down and blinked. It surrounded my hands in a steel casing, leaving them crossed. Steve had similar bonds on his hands. It must have been at least 30 pounds of metal, covering my hands from mid-forearm to wrist. Shit, that meant the Omnitrix was out. I could feel the watch pressing painfully into my wrist, squeezed by the cuffs. Steve and I were also locked at the legs, leaving Natasha and Sam in regular cuffs. Still, if I forced Hydra to try to kill me first, maybe we could get the jump on them. Just insult the shit out of them, make sure they try. Then Sam was still speaking. "He's got a concussion and she's bleeding out. We need—" One of the guards pulled out a baton in a lightning-fast movement, the end lighting up with electricity. There was a tense moment. Then she spun it around and jammed it into the chest of the other guard. While we stared in shock and the other guard shuddered in his seat, she lashed out in a kick, sending the guy bouncing off the window, then to the floor. As soon as he was out, she reached up and pulled off her helmet, revealing Robin from How I Met Your Mother. Kobe Smulder's face breathed deeply. "Whew, that thing was squeezing my brain." Sam and I glanced at each other, then at her. She looked back at us, then at Steve and Natasha. Who these guys? Robin, as it turned out, was really Maria Hill, an oddly friendly version of Maria Hill, who I remembered as kind of a bitch in the comics. I mean, she'd tried to arrest Captain America during the Civil War, though I might have been thinking of someone else. She used a cool laser device to slice off all our cuffs in seconds. She waited until the car stopped, then sliced out the bottom of the car with the laser. The strike team had placed our van in the middle, which meant Steve had to be careful to reach down and pull a manhole cover from the ground without anyone seeing. He was smooth, lifting it out of its place and sliding it aside. We dropped down into the sewers from the van while it was still stopped, going in with Steve's shield and Sam's wings as carefully as possible, so the driver of the van wouldn't notice any jostling in the back. I went goop again, so I could simply float down into the hole and covered Natasha's wound with adhesive goo to stop her bleeding. That done, we started walking through the sewers. We came out after about 30 minutes of walking, then got into a grey van Maria drove, leaving the city and heading through a forest until we reached an abandoned-looking dam. There we got out. I turned into fast track for his better-than-human strength and picked up Natasha. "What are you doing?" she asked, glaring at me. "Carrying you," I answered, hefting her up and following Maria. "I'm not an invalid," Natasha growled. "You're wounded. You need help. You get help," I replied back. "Put me down," she grumbled. Despite her protests, she didn't fight me, a testament to how much blood she'd lost. I carried her carefully. The 5 of us entered the dam and started walking through the halls. The place was wet, as expected, with green moss on the walls, and everything colored brown and illuminated with fluorescent lights. As we walked, a guy in a suit, wearing glasses with thinning grey hair, came towards us, running. Maria apparently knew him, because she yelled out as he came closer. "GSW," Maria said. "The acronym for gunshot wound. She's lost a lot of blood." "Maybe a pint," Sam added, but Mahmoud sealed the wound. "Let me take her," the man, a doctor apparently, said as I walked up carrying her. He gave me a startled look when he saw my fast-track form, but focused on Natasha again, who was still giving me a petulant look. "She'll want to see him first," Maria replied. We shared a confused look that Maria ignored. Going into a large room with pillars and machinery strewn about, we went down some stairs. There was a section of the room blocked off by plastic, hanging on hooks set up like makeshift walls. Maria pulled back the plastic and stepped aside to let us look inside. Samuel Bad Mutherfucker Jackson stared at us for a moment before speaking. "What the hell is that carrying you, Natasha?" "A stubborn idiot," was all she could reply. I think she was too shocked to say anything else. I turned back into goop to remove the makeshift bandage I'd made for Natasha. It hadn't completely stopped the bleeding, but it had helped, and the doctor operated on her as we listened to Nick Fury, who was Samuel L. Jackson, not a very white guy from the comics. He still had an eye missing, though, and a badass eye patch. I wondered once more if I was in a version of the Ultimate Universe and gave Natasha a glance as the doctor checked her shoulder. Black Widow had been evil in the comics, working with terrorists, but I'd checked with X in private. Not only was Black Widow not in Hydra, she'd been specifically tagged as being a very bad idea to try and recruit. I could trust her as much as I could trust a spy. In the meantime, Fury, no way was I calling him Nick, ran down the laundry list of his wounds. Lacerated spinal column, cracked sternum, shattered collarbone, perforated liver, one hell of a headache. Holy, don't forget your collapsed lung, the doctor added helpfully. "Oh, let's not forget that," Fury said sarcastically. "Otherwise, I'm good." "What, you're down for a pickup basketball game now?" I asked, still shocked by the sheer number of injuries. "How about Sam and me versus you and Steve?" "We'll be skins," Sam replied easily, smirking. "They cut you open," Natasha said, sounding accusing. "Your heart stopped." "Tetrodotoxin B," Fury told her, "slows the pulse to 1 beat a minute. Banner developed it for stress. Didn't work so great for him, but we found a use for it." Fury mentioning Banner reminded me of something. "Why all the secrecy?" Steve asked. "Why not tell us?" Maria answered for Fury. "Any attempt on the director's life had to look successful." "Can't kill you if you're already dead," Fury said matter-of-factly. "Besides, I wasn't sure who to trust." He looked at me. "So did everyone else except Sam," I sighed. "Seriously, I'm not Hydra. Also, you didn't think you could trust Captain America, really? Or Tony Stark?" "First, you may not be Hydra, but you are still suspicious," Fury said simply. "Second, I am trusting Captain America. You see him standing here, don't you? As for Tony Stark, he'd go telling the presses about anything if he didn't follow your lead and destroy a Best Buy first." "That wasn't on purpose," I growled out, "and I'm telling the truth. I'm not the enemy." "How can you prove that?" Fury asked simply. I gaped at him. You appear in New York with no paperwork in this or any nation. You have a watch that can turn you into things that can fight any of the Avengers on even ground or better, and admit it's alien, meaning you must have gotten it from off-world. Natasha, has he told you where you got it from? No, Natasha said. Oh? Fury cocked an eyebrow. So you have all that power, appeared out of nowhere, and claim we should just trust you. Explain why. I growled, stepping forward to explain myself. Because I do, a voice stopped me. I looked over at Steve. He was smiling at me. I trust him. He looked back at Fury. I've seen what Marmot can do. He's got a lot of power. If he wanted to, if he was working for an enemy, he could have killed us at any point. But he's put that power to use to help us. He could have died at the bridge if it wasn't for Sam, but he stayed and fought when it would have been better for him to hide. I trust him. There was no chance for me to respond when Sam stepped forward as well, patting me on the back. For a moment I felt myself choke up. I swallowed down the tears like a man, only to have to wipe away some. Geez, why was I breaking down? All Captain America had said was that he trusted me. Ah, thanks, man. Heartwarming, however, we will talk about this later, Fury said simply. So you trust him. What now? I wiped away my last tear. We need to call Tony, Rhodes, and Clint. They're all on standby. You want to bring more people into this? Fury asked. We need numbers, Steve said. I thought about leaving them out, but they all said it was their fight, and they can give us a hell of a lot of power. Fury nodded. After a moment, he looked around. Go ahead and call them. We've got 16 hours to plan our attack. And someone get me a chair. Clint, funnily enough, arrived first. I was with Steve and Sam at the door to the dam when he rolled up. Maria had recovered devices I'd been using to hide from radar and satellites on, keeping us from being seen by Hydra, so it was safe for him to join us. She had also recovered X from where I had hidden it at Sam's house once I explained to Fury just what it was, and he all but ordered to her to get it. Clint was riding a red motorcycle and was wearing a purple jacket and blue jeans. He came up to us, parked the motorcycle, then got off and removed his helmet. Like Sam, he didn't look like an actor I recognized. He had blonde hair groomed to go into a point, a 5 o'clock shadow beard, and eyes that seemed to pierce through you. He was shorter than all three of us, but he came towards us with the same sort of subtle walk that Natasha did. Good to see you, Clint, Steve said, smiling. He stepped forward with his hand out. You too, Steve, Clint smiled back, taking Steve's hand and shaking it. He looked over at me and Sam. Gonna introduce me? Yeah, Steve said. He pointed at Sam. This is Sam Wilson, he pointed at me. And Mahmoud Shahad. They're friends of mine. Clint shook hands with Sam, then turned to me. As he shook my hand, he cocked his head. You aren't military. Was it weird that it didn't surprise me he could tell that? No, sir, I'm not, Clint nodded. So you're an enhanced? I smiled at him, but didn't answer. He shrugged, apparently not caring much, and turned to Steve. Tony and Bruce here yet? Steve winced. Well, Tony is still grabbing a suit. And Bruce, you know Bruce. He doesn't want anything to do with it, huh? Clint said with a sad smile. Yeah, he could have been really useful, I said softly to Sam. Or destroy everything in his path, he replied. When Clint and Steve looked at him, he held up his hands defensively. I'm just saying, the Hulk is pretty good at breaking things. Steve didn't seem to have a defense for that. He turned back to Clint. Come on, I'll show you inside. 1 second, Hawkeye went to his motorcycle and pulled a bag off of it. He came back. All right. With that, the four of us went inside. Tony Stark arrived later on. I was speaking to Clint at the time, watching as he geared up in the armory hidden in the dam. There were shelves of guns and boxes of bullets all throughout the room. Clint had taken a station at a table in back to do his work. He was wearing a long coat edged with purple, with a safety glove and forearm protector all modern archers wore. It was kinda cool looking. He was checking over his arrows, putting them away one by one in a quiver on his back. 10 aliens, huh? He asked, looking over at me. I was sitting on the table, sipping at my coffee. Yeah, they tend to be damn useful too, I answered. Huh? He looked at the Omnitrix. Think I could try? What? My eyes went from the Omnitrix then to Hawkeye. He smiled easily. My surprise at the request must have been obvious. You can say no, Clint said. I'm just curious. I stared at the watch again. Hey, Clint brought my attention back to him. Cap doesn't share his shield. I don't let people use my bow. Nat has her favorite gun, and Tony has only let one other person have one of his suits. He finished sharpening one of his broadheads. At least I know you can take off that watch. Yes, I know you can take off that watch. Only when I want to, I said. Clint nodded. Sam walked over then. He was wearing a flight suit similar to the one he'd worn in the photo he'd shown us. Where'd you get that? I asked as he walked past a rack of submachine guns. Sam stopped to grab a pair of submachine guns before joining Clint and I. Turns out they've got a room full of uniforms and suits. You should grab something for yourself. I thought about that, looking down at myself. I'd been wearing the same blue jeans and white shirt with a black stripe ever since I'd left New York. Technically, I didn't need to change. The Omnitrix was all the costume I needed. But that thought was stupid. If the Omnitrix timed out mid-battle again, I might not have Sam to save me, and the right suit could at least prevent injury. I will, I said at last. In the meantime, I got off the table and looked around. Can you guys help me pick out a knife and gun? Something good for a novice like me to use for when the Omnitrix times out? The flying soldier and archer assassin, both career military, looked around for a moment. Sam walked over to the aisle with handguns and picked up one of them. He came back with one of them, the kind I sometimes saw cops carrying when I did my patrols. Here, Glock 19. Sam held it for me to see. Compact size, 15 rounds in the magazine. If you end up in a tight spot, 15 bullets could save you. You ever held a gun before? Do you know the safety rules? Don't point the hole at anything you like, I said, looking at the gun in his hands. I've gone shooting with my brothers. Never anything real, though. Sam nodded. Well, keep in mind, guns are made to kill. Don't let movies fool you. There's no such thing as a winging people or shooting them in the foot to let them go. You shoot, you do it to kill. Understand? When I nodded, he took a holster and belt off another shelf and passed it all to me. Clint tapped me on the shoulder when I took the gun in hand. I turned to see him holding a knife in a sheath. He smirked as I took what looked a military knife. That is a knife, Clint said dramatically. It cuts things. Use it to cut things. I gave Clint a sour look. Wow, you've truly changed my life with that explanation. Yeah, well, no time to actually teach you anything, Clint said briskly, but not unkindly. Come on, Sam, the traitor was chuckling as he led me out of the armory. Let's get you suited up. We walked out, me holding my new loot, Sam putting away his guns. Steve and Natasha were coming down to the floor as we walked by. Behind them were two men. One I recognized as Tony Stark. He looked much the same as the photos I'd seen of him, a taller and buffer Robert Downey Jr. He had a well-trimmed mustache and beard combo, and his hair was set up in spikes. Unlike in the news, he wasn't wearing a suit. He wore a Black Sabbath tour of 7. I stopped, staring at him. I looked at Natasha, who had noticed me staring at his shirt. She nodded, and I gaped for a moment. Jury Rig wore the same casual clothes as Tony Stark. What the hell? The man behind him was different in a lot of ways. He wore a tight green shirt, camo pants, and military boots. He was well built, had dark skin and a clean-shaven face. He also had Don Cheadle's face. Seriously, I was starting to get used to movie stars sharing faces with superheroes, and it was painting a weird picture about this Marvel-verse that I should look into later. Sam, Mahmoud, Steve called as he stepped onto the floor. He waved us over, and we went to join him. Guys, this is Tony Stark and Colonel James Rhodes, Steve said as we joined the four. Iron Man and War Machine. Introductions, really? Tony asked, giving Steve a look. What is this, preschool? I looked between Tony and Rhodey for a moment. Like everyone, I have my favorite superheroes. I don't tend to hate any, of course, but some are just the ones I prefer. Wonder Woman was my favorite DC superhero. To me, she represented a lot of who I'd like to be. Honest, good, kind, a dedicated warrior, and a teacher. She was someone I looked up to. Iron Man, not 2 feet away, was my favorite Marvel superhero. A man who used his brilliance and human technology to take on magicians, gods, aliens, and reality warpers. A man who represented how far humanity could go on our intellect alone. A jerk, a womanizer, and a recovering alcoholic, sure. But he was a good man in the comics, barring Civil War, where everyone had acted like out-of-character asshats. You're my favorite Avenger. Tony stopped talking, looking at me for some reason. So did Steve, Natasha, and Rhodey. In fact, even Sam did, looking at me with an amused look on his face. It was at that moment that I realized I'd spoken out loud. Didn't know that could happen in real life. Tony suddenly had a massive grin on his face. He turned to look at Steve. Hear that? Fanboy has good taste. Steve sighed. I mean, the stars and stripes are nice, Tony continued. But until you get a sweet suit like mine, actually, Rhodey, do you still have that monstrosity laying around? You see what you did? Rhodey said to me. You got him started. Also, he looked at Tony. It wasn't a monstrosity. It was patriotic. Natasha laughed. When Rhodey gave her a sour look, she shrugged. Anyways, Steve said pointedly, this is Sam Wilson and Mahmoud Shahid. Rhodey stepped forward and shook Sam's hand, then mine. He had a strong grip and a big smile. Good to meet you, despite the circumstances, I mean. Yeah, S.H.I.E.L.D. going evil, Tony said. He looked at Steve. I warned you, Cap. No way S.H.I.E.L.D. was on the up and up. Granted, I never expected them to be Nazis, but we aren't contacting the government about this, Rhodey asked. No, I said. I walked over to a table where X was resting, Steve joining me, followed by the others. X, can you tell me, numerically, how many members of the military and government or Hydra? At least 15, some confirmed by Zola, others only his estimations. X said, Zola theorized there were more in lower positions based on various reports, but it is unconfirmed. Tony stepped towards X, circling him. He looked up at me. You made this? One of my aliens did, I answered. Tony looked back at X, leaning in to look at the X-shaped device. He frowned, staring at it. What the hell are these components made out of? Parts from a computer made back in the 70s. Natasha said, when Tony and Rhodey gave her stunned looks. She smiled. Really? What? That's impossible. How? Tony stopped, staring at the device, then lifting it up to look it over. No, if you get... Wait, how did he... Okay, I see the memory now. He just used... No, that's not how it works. Oh, no, that could do it. Tony? Rhodey asked as he watched his friend spin the X device in his hands. Hold on, trying to figure out how this thing is breaking the laws of physics. Tony put it on the table, seeming excited. He gave me a look. Yeah, you and I are going to have a long conversation after this, fanboy. I rolled my eyes, though I was still kinda jazzed to see Tony Stark talking science. Then I got back to business. Actually, you may find this interesting. X, can you show me the file on Senator Stern? Of course, Six said, his southern accent giving the words a twang. Senator Stern, a holographic screen popped up, with an image of Stern next to his profile. Tony raised an eyebrow, a high-level Hydra agent. He has been credited with obtaining several high-level acquisitions for Hydra, only to fail in procuring the Iron Man project. His further attempts with the War Machine also failed, though some blueprints were created based on footage of Colonel James Rhodey Rhodes. What? Rhodey stepped forward, uncrossing his arms. Hydra has armor because of me? Incorrect, X said. Only copies made from far less efficient designs. I reckon they used War Machine and Iron Man as inspiration, nothing more. Tony stared at X. After a moment, he turned away from him, stepping away a few feet. I shared a look with Steve. He looked at Tony, hesitated. Then he finally spoke. Tony, there's something else. What? More than Hydra trying to steal my stuff? Tony said sarcastically. He turned to look at us again, eyes hard, smile tight. Sam Mahmoud, Let's go somewhere else, Natasha said. She walked over and took the two of us by the elbows, pulling us away. Wait, what? Tony looked at us as we walked past, then at Steve. What is Pepper Hydra? Granted, she'd look hot in a leather outfit. Tony, Rhodey said, apparently realizing something was wrong. As we walked away, I heard Steve begin to speak. Back during the war, Hydra kidnapped Bucky Barnes, my best friend, and turned him into... Then we were too far away to hear anything. Sam looked at Natasha and me. I think both of us had a complicated look on our face. What happened? Bucky killed Tony's mum and dad while he was brainwashed, I said. We asked X more about Bucky once Maria brought him back, and you were busy. Oh, Sam blinked. That's going to be tough. And this is the best time to tell him? I coached Steve a bit, Natasha said, letting go of our elbows and following us. Steve wants to be honest, but he doesn't want Tony to hate Bucky for something he couldn't control. Natasha looked back. I did the same. Tony had fallen to the floor, his head in his hands, Rhodey and Steve down next to him. The table X had been rested on was snapped in half, X resting on the floor and still projecting an image of Howard and Maria Stark. Thankfully, jury rig made X to be durable, so that little damage wasn't going to harm its data and he could fix it after they were done. I turned away, sorrow in my heart. My first time meeting my favorite Marvel hero, and it's to bring up his deepest pain. Yay me. A little bit later, we were standing in a room full of clothes. Everything from military uniforms, tuxedos, dresses, Hawaiian shirts, and even some cowboy boots and hats. Whatever a secret agent would need, in this case, was in the more military-focused section. It's a mistake to go for the heaviest bulletproof armor in our business, Natasha said, rifling through the clothes. Mobility is what humans like you and I need. Protection from guns is still important. But compared to just outmaneuvering guys as powerful as Winter Soldier and Creel, we need to be able to move too. She pulled out a pair of black pants with a belt. The pants were thick and had pockets everywhere. She handed them to me. Then she handed me a pair of underwear, grinning at the embarrassed blush I gave her at the sight of the white jockeys. Sam coughed in a vain attempt to hide his own laughter. Now you need some armor, but it needs to let you move. She went over to where some plates, knee and elbow pads, and boots were. The armor ranged from almost useless small to big enough for Wrath, shoulder, chest, knees, shins, elbows. She tossed them on a table, gesturing to a section of the room blocked off by purple cloth. Get in there. Put on what I throw at you. I went inside, throwing my clothes off. She tossed something over the curtain, and I looked at it before snorting. Deodorant. Extra strong variety for men of action. You'll thank me, Natasha said through the curtain. She's not wrong, Sam said. The less glamorous side of hero work, I said with a chuckle. I put on the pants and underwear. Natasha threw me a shirt, vest, and jacket. The jacket was kinda cool, all black and sleek looking. The vest was a dark green. I put them all on, then walked out. Natasha looked me over, then nodded, handing me the chest plate next. Sam helped me put it on. The chest plate was big enough to cover my pectorals, heart, lungs, and abdomen, but let me move rather easily. A pair of shoulder plates, knee and elbow pads, and shin plates, the handgun and knife with a pair of solid boots, and the ensemble was completed. With that done, I looked down at myself, then at Natasha and Sam. Looks good, Sam said. Yeah, I'm good at this, Natasha said with a smirk. Too bad the others won't let me help. Clint's the only one who let me dress him. I like it. I put on a pair of fingerless gloves, then looked at my chest. Just needs one more thing. With all of us gathered, we met in the center of the main floor. The plastic walls and surgery equipment had been replaced with tables and chairs. The fold-away tables were arranged in a haphazard circle, and the chairs were set up for all of us. I took a spot high up to watch everyone enter. Tony was speaking with Steve in hushed tones. He was shaking his head angrily as Steve spoke. After a bit of thought, I walked over to join the pair. Sam and Rhodey were talking in another corner of the room, both Air Force soldiers apparently talking shop. Clint, Natasha, and Maria were all sitting already, a newly repaired X placed in front of them. As I walked past, X flashed a blueprint of the Insight helicarriers. Maria looked between the blueprint and a folder in her hands, then said something to Clint, who answered while pointing to different sections of the carrier. When I came up to them, Tony was speaking. "So, what, he's your friend, so you get the first crack at him?" Tony asked furiously. "That's not what I'm saying," Steve said desperately. I lost him once, Tony. If I have to lose him again..." Tony stared into Steve's eyes. Steve looked away. "He killed my mom," Tony said. "I don't care if it was on purpose or not. I deserve to at least bring him in." "Then do it together," I said as I came up to them. They looked at me. "Who gives a shit who deserves it? Consider what you're facing. He is one of the strongest fighters in the world right now. You want to bring him in? It might just take more than one of you to do it. The rest of us will watch for him, let you know when he shows up, and you guys will have a plan to bring him in. X says there is a way to reverse his conditioning. In the meantime, I'll try to find out who sent the order." "Vasily Karpov," Tony said. He looked between us. "Keith told me. I'm having Jarvis track him down." He smiled, a tight, enraged quirk of the lips. His left hand tightened into a fist. "After this is over, I'm going to find him myself." "Tony," Steve began to say. Then he closed his mouth, looking at Tony. "I need to do this," Tony said softly. "I'll help you," Steve finally said, "and so will the rest of us." "Okay, people." Fury's voice got all of our attention. He walked into the room, wearing a cast on his left arm, and looked around at us. "Let's begin." "You know," Tony said to Fury, "I knew hearing you died was too good to be true. Leave it to the director of S.H.I.E.L.D. to pull the biggest spy cliché ever," Tony said, obviously falling back on humor to mask his personal feelings at the moment. Fury eyed Tony. "Good to see you too. Now if you're here to help, sit down." Tony, Steve, and I looked at each other, then went over to the tables, clockwise, with Fury at the center, Sam, Rhodey, me, Steve, Tony, Maria, Clint, and Natasha all sat. X placed in front of Fury. "Now, originally, the plan I had in place was a bit desperate," Fury admitted. He looked around, "but now, thanks to Rogers, I have 5 assets to bring into play. With you, I think we can stop Hydra, and maybe we can salvage what's left." "We aren't salvaging anything," Steve interrupted. "We're not just taking down Hydra, Nick, we're taking down S.H.I.E.L.D. As all of us stared at Steve, Fury responded. "S.H.I.E.L.D. had nothing to do with this." He sounded insulted. "You gave me this mission. This is how it ends," Steve said firmly. "S.H.I.E.L.D's been compromised, you said it yourself. Hydra grew right under your nose and nobody noticed." I winced. He was right in a sense. Still, I was beginning to feel like this was too much. Fury agreed. "Why do you think we're meeting in this cave?" I noticed. "Yeah, not before my parents were killed," Tony interrupted. "Oh, by his brainwashed buddy, by the way." Fury looked between Tony and Steve. "Look, I didn't know about Barnes." "Even if you had, would you have told me?" Fury was silent. "Embarrassing, right?" Tony said, realizing how ingrained your super spy stuff is. S.H.I.E.L.D., Hydra, it all goes." Steve said. "He's right," Maria added. Fury looked around, at Clint, Natasha, Rhodey, Tony, and Sam. He didn't look at me. I think he thought I was going to go along with Steve and Tony. I got up. Sam, who was about to say something, stopped. "Steve, Tony, everyone. I know I'm the new guy here, but I think I need to give my opinion." "You don't," Tony said, "so you can sit down." "As the only guy here who is arguably superhuman, I need to say this." Tony shut his mouth. I placed my hands on the table and looked around. "You guys want to take down S.H.I.E.L.D. On one level, I agree. It needs to be cleaned out. Seriously. But I don't think complete dismantling of it is the right idea. Not to mention impossible," Rhodey said. "Way too many people in the military government and even the private sector have dealings with S.H.I.E.L.D. Hydra will hide away again and cause trouble for someone else." "Doesn't that thing," Clint nodded towards X, "have all the information on Hydra?" "Portions of it," I said. "I can try to make something to give us more, maybe get lots more from main S.H.I.E.L.D. systems and hook up to Hydra. But that's not all." I looked around. "We need S.H.I.E.L.D. Super-secret organization with shady business practices and a history of Nazis in its ranks? Tony said sarcastically. I'm good, thanks. No, but we need people to fight the good fight, I argued. At the least, we need an organization dealing with the weird stuff in the world. The Avengers can do that, Steve said. The Avengers are a small group of people, I snapped. You guys can't be there all the time, and you can't deal with everything. What if someone in Idaho suddenly gets accelerated reflexes? Is Tony Stark going to go and visit them, teach them how to use their powers, or even help them when people like Hydra try to kidnap them for experiments? I'd do it, Tony said. I'd save them. What the hell are you insinuating? That you wouldn't even hear about it, I said simply. It's not me calling you callous, it's me saying that you're one man and you can't be everywhere. We need to have a big organized group of people. It's a weird world now. I raised the Omnitrix and showed it to everyone. This thing was given to me, but if someone else had gotten it and they started killing people, who would have informed you guys? Shield, Natasha said. I nodded. We need to take them down, Steve said. We'd never know for sure who we could trust otherwise. Then we start anew at least. I looked at Tony. I think we can narrow down the list, figure out every aspect of their plans. Hydra may have hidden in S.H.I.E.L.D., but that still leaves a trail, if they're in the systems. Then we can find them, Tony said, leaning back and resting his cheek against his hand. Okay, say that we do. We find Hydra, stop them all. Then what we have S.H.I.E.L.D., just keep going. No, we all looked in surprise at Fury. He was staring at the X device. We jury-rig it, he looked up at us, so to speak. We take what is good, what is worth saving, and we build something new. Is that possible? Sam asked. Just take S.H.I.E.L.D. and make something new out of it? It happened in Russia, Natasha said. The checker GPU, OGPU, NKVD, NKGB, all the way to the KGB and now the Federal Security Service. Yes, because when I want a spy agency, I decide to copy the Russians, Tony pointed out, looking around. How about it, fanboy? You want to start torturing people for information? Maybe start some wars in Asian nations for a pissing contest with another country? I want to make S.H.I.E.L.D. what it was supposed to be, I said firmly. I crossed my arms. S.H.I.E.L.D. is supposed to be the bridge between what people consider normal and all the weirdness out there. I say we take it to where it's supposed to be. Protect people from the madness on every level, but also protect people who end up getting powers. People like Bruce Banner, who get their powers out of nowhere. People like me, who end up with alien technology attached to them and have no place to go. We can protect the world from those threats, but we need to work with S.H.I.E.L.D. and all that is good in it to do it. Not so sure about that, Steve said softly. He's right, Natasha said. Everyone looked at her. Well, of course you'd say that, Tony said. No, I think he's right too, Rhodey said. They're too, Brutus. Tony held a dramatic hand to his heart. An organization to help the Avengers protect people, even when we can't be there, to tell us if something needs our attention. It's a good idea, Natasha said. And we can't let all those resources go to Hydra, Rhodey added. The second we reveal the truth, Hydra operatives are going to try and take every bit of money, tech and personnel they can. If we can at least put it to good use, to make a group to save people. Then we do the work S.H.I.E.L.D. was made for. Steve rose up. He looked at all of us, then stopped on Fury. If we do this, no more secrets, no more lies. Not between us at least. Everyone here, we keep each other in check, and we make sure everyone is safe. You sure you want everyone here in your secret circle? Fury looked at me. Oh, come on, I snarled. I'm the one agreeing with you, asshole. See what I'm talking about? Tony pointed out. Yeah, what the hell, man? Sam added. Just saying, Fury replied. All of us. Steve looked around. Mamone's. Well, he's right. We need people there to help us to be there when we can't. Steve sighed. I don't trust S.H.I.E.L.D. as it is, but if we can join together, tear it apart and make it something new, something good and strong, something the original founders made it to be, then I think this is worth doing. You all agree? I'm still on the fence, Tony looked at me. You really want this, fanboy? The next person to make an Iron Man suit may not be so nice, I told him. The next Asgardian weapon, alien invasion, or attack of My Little Ponies needs people there to confront it. We need to do this, and we need to do it right. What's all this we business? Tony said. He sighed. Well, I always wanted my own spy group. Sure, let's be spies. You gonna name this organization or just call it S.H.I.E.L.D. again? Sam asked me. I looked around. Arrow, Clint smiled at the looks he got. What? I think it's perfect. Stark Infiltration, Tony suggested. You are terrible at names, Rhodey told him. Why not just call it S.H.I.E.L.D. again? It's an option, Shuri said. But let's table that discussion. On to the plan. Bring up the insight files. Maria, show us the floor plan for the hangars. A holographic screen popped up. Maria tapped on a laptop, turning it around for us to see. Now, Fury said, taking into account our new plans and the assets we have available, I believe we should start by... A while after we'd made our plans, Steve had gone up to the top of the dam. When Steve had been up there for a while, Sam went up to join him, leaving the rest of us behind. Tony and I were supposed to make stuff for the team to use. We went to a room that was clearly set up to be a makeshift engineering facility of some sort, with technological parts everywhere. We sat in swivel chairs with a list, but before that, Tony had some questions. So, this is alien tech? Tony held my wrist, looking at the Omnitrix, made by the Galvan scientist Asmuth. I confirmed. Tony let go of my wrist. Kid, can you just take that off so I can look at it already? You gonna let me try out and suit? I quipped. Sure, I got some Armanis I'm probably gonna give to Goodwill soon, Tony said. I know what you meant, Tony snarked. And no, just show me how it works. I opened up the dial. The hologram of Swampfire showed up, and I pressed down on it. In a second, I was the tall and broad plant creature. Swampfire. First, it's tradition, I said in my nasally voice. Second, it's me. I'm a Methanosian. We smell like that. What, you have to call out the name every time you change? Tony asked. Then he blinked. Also, what the hell is that smell? What, so you can smell like literal crap? Tony sounded nasally too, though it was because he was holding his nose. I frowned, somehow insulted. No, I produce several gases due to my body's composition. Some of them smell, but one lets me do this. I held up a hand and let a flame loose. I may be plant-based. I raised my other hand and sprouted a flower from the palm, making it red and gold just for Tony. But I also produce methane I can ignite. Yeah, I put out the flame and handed the flower to Tony. Ha! Tony put his hand down, leaning closer to look at the Omnitrix now resting on my chest. And you can switch to another form. It's for Pepper, you ass. I rolled my eyes, tapping the Omnitrix. He blinked, staring at it. I'm flattered, fanboy, but... So much for being your favorite Avenger, Tony quipped. He looked up from the flower to me, then a little further up. Ha, that is impressive. Or, I was Blitzwolfer again. I stretched upwards and smiled as savagely as I could, which was pretty damn savagely. Thanks, so, yeah, I can change. I really wish I had time to study how you do that, Tony said with a grimace. Okay, let's get to business. He turned away to pick up a tablet Maria had handed him. Time to waste my skills making a bunch of things you can find in a grocery store. Tony looked over at me. Oh, I mean, we have to make stuff. Why not go all out? I growled. He spun in his swivel chair. I'm listening. Nothing does a vicious grin the way a wolf does. I reached for the Omnitrix and changed once more. Let's get to work, I said, laughing maniacally. Time to disassemble. Tony stared at me for a moment. Huh, nice shirt. We'd had 20 hours when we'd been picked up by Hydra. We had 4 left now. Tony and Rhodey were getting their suits, while the rest of us packed up our own gear. Bored, I'd gravitated towards Steve when he returned from a mission of his own, leading to the 2 of us in the costume room. I was leaning against a rack of clown costumes while Steve put on his suit. January 12th, on any other day, wondering what the hell kind of assassin spy needs a clown costume would have been my question. But I had other issues. Steve, I'm not sure it's exactly kosher to do that, I said as I stared at when Steve was putting on. Well, I did own it, he gave me a grin. Besides, I'll put it back when I'm done. I'm basically adding history to it. That is not how it works, I said. I mean, what if someone gets fired? Steve stopped for a moment. Then he shook his head. I'll cover it. Besides, my other suit is torn up from when I had to escape the Triskelion. He was putting on his World War II suit, stolen from fucking Smithsonian. That's not the real reason. We looked over to see Natasha walking in, wearing all navy blue, a skirt, jacket, and shirt, and some pearl and gold necklaces that glimmered slightly as she walked cat-like into the room. She was holding a wig in one hand, short and blonde. She stepped closer, looking closely at Steve. After a moment, he answered, Bucky, he might need a reminder. The closer I looked to how I was back then, maybe, he turned to look at his helmet. Maybe it'll be easier for him to remember me. Natasha and I didn't say anything. He seemed to take it as acceptance, which it was. He picked up the helmet. With a feeling of ceremony, he put it on. Captain America in full costume, the stars and stripes right down to the star on his chest. Awesome. Stop grinning like that, Natasha said, punching me lightly in the shoulder. It's creepy. Sorry, I replied. She smiled, then nodded towards my right pectoral. I see you found that spray paint you wanted. I looked down and smiled. It was a bit rough, but now the symbol of the Omnitrix rested on my chest in green and black. It had dripped a bit as it dried, but it looked good. Yeah. Can't be the only one of us without a cool costume after all. I'll leave that to you, I said. Then I looked at Black Widow, looking her up and down dramatically. Kind of funny you having to play elderly politician, although I was sort of looking forward to the leather. Well, play your cards right. Natasha's red lips lifted just slightly. I blinked, not knowing how to respond. That just made her eyes glimmer. She turned to walk away. I looked at Steve, who was smirking at me. I don't understand what just happened. She has that effect, Steve noted. He stepped forward and put his hand on my shoulder, walking me out. Come on. If all 96 years hasn't taught me anything about woman, a couple minutes talking won't help either. Weren't you trapped under ice for 70 of those years? I groused. Out on the floor, Tony and Rhodey came toward us with another man, Happy Hogan. I recognized him from hacking into Stark Industries. Man, that felt like a lifetime ago, just patrolling in New York City and watching for any changes. Hopefully I'd be able to do that again one day. Details. Happy was about my height with a heavy build, a black suit, and slightly balding hair. I tried to figure out if he looked like an actor I knew, but none came to mind, which was almost a relief. Hey, Howard, Steve said as Happy strode into the room. Tony? Tony stopped to look at Steve, as did Rhodey and Happy. I thought we were keeping it confidential. That was our agreement. Steve, you've met Happy, Tony said, walking by us quickly. It's okay, Tony waved a hand dismissively. Happy's my guy, so he gets to know about this. And you don't even discuss it with us? Steve asked, affronted. Dude, I added, giving Tony the same look. Happy and Rhodey shared a look, both apparently understanding where we were coming from. Oh, I'm sorry, dude, is the guy who hacked my company and Happy's email for weeks, extending an opinion, Tony asked pointedly. Wait, what happened now? Happy looked at me, stepping closer. Hey, I was spying on him in case some guy tried to kidnap the president again, I said briskly. If people had been listening to Happy from the start, things might have ended better. Thank you. Happy raised his hands dramatically, looking at Tony. You see, if people had listened to me, you see what you did, Tony told me. If people had just listened. I did listen, that's how I found out how Killian was doing the bombs. Yeah, and then I was in a coma. Hell, bring Natasha in too. You want to do this now in front of Fanboy and Cap? So yeah, Rhodey said, Happy brought our suits over. We'll be ready to go. For the love of Happy. The two walked away, bickering, leaving Rhodey silently shaking his shoulders in laughter. He waited until they'd left to turn to Steve, who seemed stuck between exasperated and amused. Yeah, Radap, I said. Didn't Tony blow up his suits? I mean, I remember reading about it in the news. He did, Rhodey looked over at his friend, but he just can't stop making more. Pepper complains about it. I thought about Pepper Potts. Then I thought about Rescue, the superhero identity Pepper would eventually take on. Hell, she did really good work as Rescue. Something for the future. Actually, can I talk to him? Rhodey said. Okay, come on, Cap patted me on the back. Time to get started. Steve and I looked at Rhodey. Sure, I said. Rhodey waved me over to another section of the room, and we walked over to one of the damp hallways. I'm going to be blunt about this, Rhodey said simply. I don't think you should go. I don't think this mission is one you should go on, he said firmly. That was not what I expected at all. Wait, what? Are you kidding? Rhodey shook his head. I'm one of the strongest members of our team. I mean, I know I'm new, but I can do a lot of good. I'm not saying that. Hell, I'm already on Hydra's hit list. I deserve to fight. And kill? Because this isn't a fight. This is a war, Rhodey shook his head. I know you're powerful, Natasha told me what you could do, but I remember what my first kill was like. And it doesn't matter what happens. It still changed me. I don't want that changing you too. I heard footsteps behind me. When I turned, Steve and Sam were standing there. You guys agree with him? Sam didn't say anything, just looking between Rhodey and me. Steve opened his mouth, then closed it after a bit of hesitation. It's not about how powerful you are, Rhodey said, but if you join, then there will be a point where things will come down to killing or dying, and if I allowed you to just dive into this without warning you about what could happen. He trailed off. I looked at Steve. Cap, He held up a hand. I stopped talking. Are you going? Yes. I didn't hesitate. I know I might have to kill people. I don't like the idea, but I can't stand by and not help. Yeah, I know what that's like. Steve shook his head. I felt the same way when I joined. Same, Sam said. Rhodey nodded reluctantly. Just know that afterward, you have someone to talk to if you need it, Steve said. I still don't like it. Rhodey said. I know, I told him. I clenched my fist. But I'm still going. Ready or not, it was time to go. The Triskelion really was pretty. From our position in a forest nearby, I could see it across the river. Something about it just screamed of authority and strength. Too bad it was going to be a war zone soon. Okay, this is where we split, Steve said. There were 6 of us. Captain America, Iron Man, War Machine, Maria Hill, Sam Wilson, and me. We stopped for a moment. Everyone has their comm systems on? Yep, I said. Well, the Omnitrix is connecting well. Was it really necessary to make these so powerful? Sam asked, tapping at his ear. He had a point. When Tony and Jury Rig had made comm links, they went crazy with them. They looked like small earbuds. Elegant design, really, only thanks to Tony curbing Jury Rig's antics. Crystal clear sound, it could pick up the vibrations of the bones in the jaw, so even whispering was heard clearly. Unable to be picked up by any comm system on Earth. We didn't want it to. Oh, and it was FTL in speed and could project in deep space through quantum entanglement, even pierce through a mountain's worth of material to still connect. Hey, you want my best or something you can find out of a Radio Shack? Tony said, his Iron Man mask flipped up. Oh yeah, Tony and Rhodey were in their suits. God, the suits were so badass. Iron Man in the classic red and gold, all sleek and shiny, with an upside-down triangular light in the center representing the arc reactor that powered the suit. It gave him a presence that matched with Cap's, almost as though Tony was magnified in every respect by the suit. War Machine was different. Black and somber gray to Iron Man's flashy red and gold, bulky instead of sleek, with a square light in the chest and a massive minigun on his right shoulder. His forearms also carried a pair of guns. If Tony would have looked right at home with a sleek sci-fi movie, Rhodey belonged to a more gritty cyberpunk noir. All business. More importantly, I was staring at some of the coolest suits in fiction. Oh, wait. I was staring. I looked back at the Triskelion. Mission time, man. Got a focus? Okay, enough talk, Steve said. He looked over us. You all know what to do. Launch. Inside the Triskelion, things should have been going smoothly. Everyone would infiltrate, beginning our assault by disrupting Hydra from the start. It was probably very intense. God, This is so boring, Tony grumbled next to me. How can something so intense be so boring? It's just how it goes, Tony, Rhodey said. Hurry up and wait. It's one of the oldest military adages, man. Tony grunted. The three of us had taken a spot in the forest to wait for our signal. Once it came, we had some of the most important roles in the attack. But for now, it was just the three of us watching the Triskelion in the distance. The wind blew through the trees, rustled the grass, and blew ripples across the water. For a moment, we sat in peace. Yeah, this is boring, I finally admitted. You see, Tony said to Rhodey, who sighed in annoyance. I really wish I could see what everyone else was doing, I grumbled. Well, maybe they'd tell me about it later. Sam Wilson Falcon. As he followed Captain America through the Triskelion, Sam had to admit he was having a weird couple of days. Even the Air Force couldn't provide the training needed to prepare for all of what he was going through. A guy who could turn into aliens, Iron Man and War Machine, S.H.I.E.L.D. actually being Hydra, suddenly getting drafted into making a new espionage organization. As the three went around the next corner, Sam found himself shaking his head. I really didn't expect this to be how my day would go. Yeah, Steve said as they hurried forward. It's not what I expected either, but you get used to it. I doubt that, Maria said, the spy wearing her blue uniform with the S.H.I.E.L.D. symbol on the shoulders. But then, I was about ready to destroy S.H.I.E.L.D. yesterday. Maria looked at Steve. Are you sure about this? Making a new S.H.I.E.L.D.? No, Steve said. They turned another corner, but we do need something. Once the dust settles, we can decide what to make of it all. For now, let's hope the toys Tony and Mahmoud made pull through. I hope so, Sam looked at the device hanging on Maria's hip. It doesn't look like much. Maria looked down as well. The device looked like a metal pirate symbol, with an X welded haphazardly attached to the back of a bulbous object reminiscent of a human skull. Doesn't matter how it looks, Maria said, as long as it works. At that moment, she raised a hand holding a square object and pressed a button. They came to a door, Sam pulling out one of his Steyr Sakopy machine pistols. Maria a Glock 19, and both pointed the gun at the door, Steve in between them, shield at the ready. The door opened to reveal a skinny young man with dark skin wearing a S.H.I.E.L.D. uniform and hat. He stared at them in shock. Excuse us, Steve quipped. The young man raised his hands up and stepped aside hurriedly, letting them pass. Okay, Steve said as he stepped inside. The technicians in the room turned and stared at him. I'm going to need this room. If you all could kindly head out, I'd appreciate it. Whether it was the guns, Steve's politeness, or the dichotomy of both, the technicians ran out of the door. Okay, Maria, Steve nodded towards her. Maria nodded back, heading to a computer while taking the device at her hips in her hands. Well, watch the doors, Sam said. He moved to the center of the room and pulled out his other gun. Do your thing, Steve. On it, Steve waited until Maria had plugged in the device. It came to life. Ready when you are, sir, X said from his newly modified home. Okay. Steve took a deep breath. Then he hit the intercom, and X began his work. A British voice spoke from the device. This is Jarvis. We are beginning our assault, Miss Hill. Yeah, Maria stared at the screen as files began to pop in and out of existence on the monitor. I can see that. I really hope we didn't just upload Skynet, Sam whispered to himself, trying to stay ready. Steve sighed. For once, I don't feel good about understanding the reference. I was picking up strands of grass from the dirt out of boredom when Steve's voice came out of the Omnitrix. I scrambled up to my feet, looking over at Tony and Rhodey. With a whir of noise, they stepped forward. Okay, I said softly, let's go. Sam Wilson, Falcon. Sam turned towards Steve, ready to say something. Then Steve began to speak into the intercom, and Sam stopped to listen in silence. Attention, all S.H.I.E.L.D. agents. This is Steve Rogers. You've heard a lot about me over the last few days. Some of you were even ordered to hunt me down, but I think it's time you know the truth. S.H.I.E.L.D. has been infiltrated. Steve looked over at Maria, who nodded. Hydra has infiltrated S.H.I.E.L.D. Alexander Pierce is their leader. Natasha Romanoff, Black Widow. Black Widow, disguised as Councilwoman Hawley, looked at Pierce at the same time as the other council members did. Pierce looked back at them. The man smiled slightly as Steve continued to speak. He had the audacity to shrug slightly, an "aw shucks" sort of shrug. She almost smiled at that. As much as she couldn't wait to kill him, she had to admire how calm he was. Not as much as she admired the calm, smooth tones Steve used to speak over the intercom, however. As she shared a look with Councilman Yen, who winked at her, all the while Steve continued to speak. The Strike and Insight crew are Hydra as well. I don't know how many more, but I know they're in the building. Sharon, Carter, Agent. They could be standing right next to you. They almost have what they want with the help of the Insight helicarrier's absolute control. Sharon listened to the voice of Captain America with horror and sadness filling her. Unlike the others in the room, S.H.I.E.L.D. wasn't a job or even a duty. It was her legacy. Something her great-aunt, Peggy Carter, had believed in with all of her heart. Sharon couldn't count how many times Peggy had spoken about founding S.H.I.E.L.D., of the pride and joy she'd felt building the organization. To know how her pride was torn apart would break her heart. Sharon focused, looking around quickly. As of now, all loyal S.H.I.E.L.D. agents should be getting a program on their phones, Steve said. Sharon blinked when the phones of every person in the room began to buzz, including her own. Everyone took out their phones, Sharon included. She blinked at the screen on her smartphone. Hercules? She asked herself. The words were in big letters. As she watched, it flashed into the S.H.I.E.L.D. symbol, then showed a photo of a man. Rumlow, leader of Strike Team. Other began to flash, person after person. Apparently the app not only had files on all Hydra, but would flash green near S.H.I.E.L.D. members and red near Hydra. The app will show you every member of Hydra as we discover them with evidence to back it up, so you know I'm not simply spreading dissent in the ranks. The threat is real. Hydra is among us. They shot Nick Fury, and it won't end there. Sharon shared looks with other agents in the room. Almost as one, they all raised their smartphones. All had the Hercules app flashing green, something that visibly relieved her. S.H.I.E.L.D., everyone in the room, down to the skinny technician sitting at the computer in front of her. Now to see about the rest of the base. Robert Gonzalez, commander of the Iliad. Gonzalez had been working for S.H.I.E.L.D. for decades. The only time he'd ever stopped was when his wife died, only to return to service 3 years later. He was proud of the work he'd done. He worked on the Iliad now, an aircraft carrier built for S.H.I.E.L.D. to do its work across the world. He had seen many strange things in that time, sitting at the bridge of the carrier, and yet he had never heard of anything like this. When the voice of Captain Steve Rogers suddenly began to come out of the intercom of his ship's speakers in the middle of a routine patrol, he didn't know what to think at first. It was clear he was in the Triskelion based on what he was saying. He stood on the bridge of his ship, listening as Steve Rogers explained that Hydra had infiltrated S.H.I.E.L.D. Hydra, the boogeyman that was supposed to be dead. When Gonzalez received the Hercules app, so did 10 others in the bridge. 6 crewmen, however, very obviously did not. For a moment, everyone looked at each other. The Hercules app helpfully flashed photos of the 6, apparently basing the decision on proximity. Then Gonzalez reached for his sidearm. The 6 tried to do the same. And all over the world, the same thing repeated itself again and again. Some Hydra surrendered, others died. Some escaped. But no agent of Hydra was immune to Hercules' sight. Sam Wilson, Falcon. If you allow the helicarriers to launch today, Hydra will be able to kill anyone that stands in their way, unless we stop them, Steve breathed deeply. I know I'm asking a lot, but the price of freedom is high. It always has been. Sam watched as Steve spoke. For a moment, Steve Rogers seemed to shrink, as though he had taken on so much, too much, as though he realized how much he'd been through. Steve Rogers staggered under the weight as Sam watched. But before Sam could say anything, before he could step forward, the man raised himself up. Steve took a deep breath, and Captain America spoke. And it's a price I'm willing to pay, and if I'm the only one, so be it. He looked at Sam and Maria. The pair gave him determined nods. He returned. But I'm willing to bet I'm not. Steve turned off the intercom. Sam stepped forward, smirking at Steve. Did you write that down first, or was it off the top of your head? I was an actor once, Steve said with a smile. They stepped towards the window. High in the sky, two dots could barely be seen, one slightly larger than the other. Both flew towards the hangar bays of the in-sight helicarriers. Now, let's watch for a bit. According to Mahmoud, this will be quite a sight. Steve held a hand to his ear. Dial, shut 'em down. Mahmoud Shahed. Dial. Got it. I yelled. I didn't have to yell, technically. While I didn't have a comlink, the Omnitrix was advanced enough to pick up my voice with ease. But when you're soaring through the air at high speed, yelling is just the only way to speak. Sorry if the ride's a little rough, Rhodey said. Nah, this is awesome. I was behind, held under my armpits by War Machine as Iron Man flew next to us. We were crossing hundreds of feet over the water, my legs dangling in the air. Focus up, Tony said. Jarvis, we good? Yes, sir, he said. X and I have sent the Hercules app throughout the world, shut down Hydra communications devices, and begun stage 2 of our attack. Okay, I breathed in the cold air. Drop me. Good luck, Rhodey let me go. Just like that, I was falling through the air at high speed. For a moment, all I could see was the hangars below, 3 of them hiding under the water, but visible from above. A glint of sunlight shone off the river, forcing me to squint. Then the roaring noises of rocket boots came close. Iron Man flew by on my left, zooming towards the hangars. War Machine passed on my right. The 2 men of iron opened up shoulder hatches on their suits, firing rockets at the hangars on the left and right. When the explosions opened holes in the hangar bay doors, water from the river began to rush inside, creating waterfalls into the hangar. Rhodey and Tony flew into the openings they'd created, which meant it was my turn. I reached for the Omnitrix and activated it. Flesh and bone became shining blue-green crystal. Diamond Head! I pointed my hands at the ground and turned my arms into cannons. As I dropped towards the earth, I started shooting crystals at the hangar's bay doors, each one the size of a knife. They sliced easily into the steel doors, hundreds, covering every surface I could shoot of the doors, and as I fell towards them, I made them grow. Like a fast-motion video of water freezing, the crystals grew at a rapid pace. They joined together, then got bigger. Soon the 3 doors were covered in crystals dotting their surface, each the size of a car or bigger. Not good enough. Bigger, bigger, bigger. I stopped shooting the crystals, instead focusing on their growth. They shot upwards to meet in the middle towards where I was falling. One of the crystals shot directly at me as hundreds of spears rose up into the sky, glimmering beautifully in the light. Just before I would have landed on one of my own gems, I shifted it to become a ramp. I still slammed into it hard enough to shatter human legs, but Diamond Head's durability made the impact negligible and let me slide down along the crystals to the center of the middle hangar. I turned my left arm into a razor-sharp blade. It took 3 cuts to slash my way into the hangar. I dropped in, slamming into the asphalt of one of the inside helicarriers below. I bent my knees on impact, a crater getting created by my drop. I looked around. The inside helicarrier had crates, quinjets, and men dotting its flight deck. The island or command tower of the ship was across from me. I stood on the middle of the ship. I took in my position, ignoring the stunned Hydra agents around me. Then I rose up and lifted my hands to the sky, closing my eyes. The sunlight outside came in through the hole I'd created, letting a beam of light into the dark hangar. As the mountain I was creating outside grew, the yellow light became a sea green. Then the hole was covered in crystal. "Kill it!" One man cried out behind me. He fired a handgun. The bullet slammed into the back of my head. I ignored it, and the bullet fell to the floor with no effect. "Come on, shoot that thing!" More men, about 15, came up and started shooting as well. I grunted in annoyance, but ignored the useless bullets bouncing off me. The Omnitrix on my chest spoke then, Steve's voice coming from it. "All right, Dial, it's perfect. Neutralize the crew." I opened my hands and ran at the men shooting me. All wore black uniforms and helmets, the gear I always saw Hydra's men wearing, but now I know who they were. I leaped at one man and bunched him in the ribs. He flew back 20 feet and slammed into a crate. I turned, ignoring the hail of bullets being shot at me. "This is Dial," I said as I stalked through the bullets. Engaging. "What happened to his voice?" Tony asked. "Did he go through puberty again?" I ignored him. Instead, I grabbed a soldier by the front of his uniform and kicked his right kneecap in. As he screamed, I lifted him up and threw him at one of the other men, sending them both to the ground. Just then, a Quinjet roared to life, one of a few resting on the flight deck of the helicarrier with us. It rose up, aiming its gun at me. I leaped towards it instead, jumping onto the cockpit. The aircraft rose up towards the doors above us, the pilot staring at me while I climbed on top. My feet shot out crystals from my heels to slice into the Quinjet and give me footing. I snapped my hands out to the side, my arms becoming 12-foot-long blades. Russ! With a quick downward slice, I chopped off the wings of the Quinjet. It plummeted out of the air, slamming into the flight deck. I hopped off the Quinjet and looked at the pilot, who stared at me in horror. I responded by kicking the Quinjet away from me, sending it skittering across the concrete until it was out of my way. The soldiers, seeing they couldn't hurt me, tried to run for cover. I tapped the Omnitrix symbol on my chest. Fast track. As soon as I became the blue-furred speedster, I was moving. I sped up to one man and kicked him in the back as he ran. I landed and ran to another, grabbing him by the chest of his uniform and spinning to throw him as fast as I could. He hung in the air when I let go, slowly flying away. I ran to another bunch, about 5 men, and began hitting them. I kicked one in between the legs at super speed. One I punched in the chest quickly. While man style, another got a Superman punch. One was thrown at a Quinjet. For the last, I swept his legs out from under him. I watched as he slowly floated in the air before slapping the Omnitrix on my chest. As my perception of time slowed, the effects of my run took place. The man I'd kicked flew forward 10 feet, rolling to a stop. The one I'd thrown sped up in an instant, slamming into a crate. Another man fell to his knees, clutching his devastated groin. The guy I'd punched in the chest grunted in pain as his broken ribs caught up with him. Another man spun in the air before he slammed into the ground from the force of my Superman punch. A Quinjet shuddered when a human man was thrown into it. The guy whose legs I'd swept hit the ground. He looked up at me and released a high-pitched scream at my visage. "Blitzwolfer," I howled. My voice crying my name echoed through the hangars, then into the hallways. "The hell was that?" Rhodey said from the Omnitrix. "Me!" I leaned towards the guy on the ground. He screamed again. I punched him in the face, and he fell unconscious. I ran towards the command tower island on all fours. I needed to get inside and stop the crew members from doing anything. Tony and Rhodey had the same goal. While Black Widow and Captain America lead their teams in the Triskelion, the 3 heavy hitters took out the crew of the helicarriers. I loped along the flight deck. 6 men popped out from behind cover and started shooting at me. My mouth opened into 4 parts. As the inhuman sound erupted from my lungs as though it was rending at reality, a sonic wave of noise slammed into the 6 men with physical force. The crates they were using as cover slid back from the attack. They fell to their knees, blood pouring from their ears to spill down their neck. And then I was among them. I shoulder-tackled one into a crate, then back-fisted him in the face, sending him unconscious to the ground. His friend shakily raised a gun at me. My claws slashed out, slicing through Kevlar to cut into his chest. The man shrieked in horror. I let out my own noise. He was thrown by my sonic blast, rolling to a stop on the pavement. I leaped over another crate and kicked a man in the face with a pawed foot, the crack of a broken jaw following. I heard another gunshot, then felt an pain in my shoulder. I barked in pain. Spinning around, one of the Hydra men who I'd deafened shakily aimed a Glock 19 at my face. Blood poured from my wound. It hurt, but only enough to enrage me. I was on him in an instant. I bit into his arm and began to shake my head furiously, savaging his arm. When he dropped the gun, I let go of his arm and grabbed him by the front of his uniform, lifting and throwing him away dismissively. The sound of a Quinjet brought my attention closer to the command tower. The aircraft lifted up and aimed its guns at me in a repeat of last time. "Not happening!" The sonic blast slammed into the Quinjet. Shaking it, I leaped upwards and gripped the damaged aircraft by the underside, then fired a point-blank blast. The Quinjet shook, twirling in the air for a moment. Then I saw a massive cannon turn towards me. Apparently, I'd finally pissed Hydra off enough that I was now worth the big guns. Anti-aircraft guns began to turn on me. I leaped away as the Quinjet began to crash, only for the aircraft to get hit by massive bullets, turning it into shrapnel. I needed a way to shut down the anti-aircraft weapons as well as the Quinjets, and Blistwolfer wasn't going to cut it. I needed more ranged firepower. I slammed the Omnitrix on my chest. My fur turned into rubbery black skin. My eyes merged into the center of my forehead. My ears and tail grew from woven to long tendrils with plus at the tips. My 5 claws became 4 fingers with more plugs on each fingertip. I rose to my full height and grinned as I lowered my hand from the Omnitrix on my chest. Feedback. A Quinjet flew close and fired on me. I pointed my hands at the ground. The energy in my body, a storm of power like none of my other aliens could even think of matching, fired from the plugs in my hand and launched me into the air one electrical streams of power. I flew on the blast of blue energy and landed on the Quinjet's cockpit as it continued to fire. I held a hand up and grinned at the pilot. At some point, you guys are going to run out of Quinjets for me to destroy. I felt the power running through the Quinjet. Advanced fuel cells running through the aircraft to the powerful rotors in the wings and the jet engines in the back. Feedback could feel that power, and I could take it. Electricity flowed from the steel of the Quinjet, entering into my fingertips. The Quinjet's rotors slowly faltered. I turned away from the Quinjet to point at another one that was lifting off the helicarrier. As I turned into a living conduit of energy, shooting the energy I was siphoning from the Quinjet I was on top of to hit another with a beam of blue energy. The Quinjet I was on smashed into the pavement as the one I was shooting did the same, its wings exploding. I fired at the anti-aircraft gun trying to kill me, my energy blast turning the massive cannon into scrap. I leaped off the Quinjet and ran towards the control tower. I felt the power flowing through it from below deck, more than I'd ever felt. This helicarrier had more power in it than New York City. I stole electricity from one more aircraft gun, blue energy flowing into my tendrils as I ran past, and fired another blast as a ball of power that exploded against the next, destroying it in a wave of power. Soldiers firing at me were blasted as well. I leaped into the air, pirouetting and firing lightning from my fingers into them. I ducked a grenade and ran faster. I summoned a ball of electricity into my hand and tossed it into a group, where it exploded and sent the soldiers into fits of shaking as thousands of volts flew through them. I blasted the floor and flew upwards. I released the blasts and began shooting as I dropped. Lighting arced from me to slam into the men on the flight deck in a dizzying display of light. My fingers and tendrils shooting as fast as I could, I landed. Then used another jet of power to get out of the way of more gunfire. Then I was at the control tower. I tried to open the door, but they had electronically locked. No, seriously, it was electronically locked. I absorbed the power running through it, then slammed the door with an energy blast. Can't blame them, I guess, I said, as the door was sent flying off its hinges. My next words were directed to the Omnitrix. Maria, I'm in the helicarrier. How do I get to main power from the flight deck? It's in the lower levels, she said swiftly. Head down the hallway, then turn to your left. I'll guide you through. A man came out of a side room with an assault rifle up. I fired a blast into his chest, sending him flying, then tapped the Omnitrix. Goop? Turning into the green goo alien was the best choice for the tight quarters of the ship. With the anti-gravity projector floating me through the halls, I flew through the grey rooms at high speed. If anyone snuck up on me, I couldn't be hurt, and I could slide around obstacles with ease. Still, I was pushing it. I had rarely transformed this much before. I'd been reckless at the start of the battle, something to watch out for. Right then, however, I focused on getting to the power source I'd felt as feedback. Down the stairs, Maria said. Another crew member tried to stop me. I flew right him, ignoring the bullet that flew through my floating form, then turned bipedal to roundhouse kick him into a wall. shooting adhesive that attached him there. Heading down, I told Maria, turning into a floating ball again and shooting downwards. Level by level I went. More men tried to shoot me, bullets flying uselessly into me. I responded by flying over and punching them, kicking them. At one point, 5 guys were running at me down a hallway. I fired a stream of acid goo at the floor and watched as the metal floor melted in seconds to drop them a level below, then leaped after to shoot them with adhesive as they lay there. From there, Maria walked down another level. "Okay, you're there," she told me. "I can tell," I said, my form solidifying into my biped form once more. It was a big-ass engine room, very cool looking. More crew members tried to shoot at me, which I responded to by shooting streams of adhesive, attaching them to the walls, floor, or just covering them in sticky fluid until they couldn't move. Of course, it was right as the gunfire got really heavy that I heard a familiar beep. Shit. I leaped behind a massive piece of machinery just in time for the red flash of light to come. Just like that, I was a normal human. Bullets slammed into my cover. I reached for my leg and pulled out the Glock 19 I'd been given. "Gonna be a slight delay," I yelled into the Omnitrix. "How is everyone else doing?" "Been an interesting day," Sam yelled back, giving me a brief overview as I tried not to get shot. Natasha Romanov, Black Widow. Once Steve had finished speaking, everyone stared at Pierce Rockwell. A tall man with little hair on his pale head spoke first. "You smug son of a bitch," Rockwell said in disgust. Natasha quirked an eyebrow at that. "My God!" The room turned to look at Jan, who was staring out the window. Everyone looked as well, and Pierce's jaw dropped. "What in the hell?" Pierce said slowly. Natasha found herself staring as well. A mountain was rising out of the river, hundreds of spires rising into the air, grinding against one another. They were made of beautiful blue-green gems, each ending at a point she suspected was sharper than anything man-made, and the whole mass rose until it was larger than the building she stood in. When it finally stopped growing, it overshadowed everything around it, shining in the sunlight and casting a green light. "That damn monster," Pierce growled. Just then, people rushed into the room, 12 in all, wearing the black military gear. As they entered, the council person's phones shone a bright red. "Damn," Rockwell said. "Hydra." Pierce smiled at them. "Well, I suppose Captain Rogers had quite the plan." Pierce turned to one of the men. "Jack Rollins, the man who had knocked out Dial yesterday." Natasha noted him. "Bring out the sonic cannons and have them destroy that damn thing. If we can get rid of it, we can still get the helicarriers in the air." Natasha chose that moment to act while she still had the element of surprise. The things Pierce was referring to were likely weapons that Accutac, a subsidiary of Stark Industries, had made for the US military, weapons that had the capability to fire focused sonic blasts that had been one of the few things that noticeably harmed the Hulk. What made things worse is that powerful sonic attacks were one of the few things that were capable of breaking down Diamond Head's crystals, according to Dial, during their planning. How the hell did Hydra find that out so quickly? She knew Dirtor leaving behind so much of the stuff was a bad idea, but they were in no position to clean up with all their running around. Didn't matter. She wasn't going to give them the chance to clear the hangar doors. Pierce turned in time to get a punch in the face from an elderly female politician and fall onto his back in surprise. Rollins swung at her. Natasha ducked his punch, leaped onto his shoulders, and wrapped her thighs around his neck before spinning around, sending Rollins to the ground. She grabbed his pistol and fired quickly at the other soldiers in the room. 5 men, too surprised to respond fast enough, attempted to aim their guns at her. She killed one with a single bullet, then dragged his body in front of her to block another man's shot, kicking the body of the man she'd killed for Wathanin shooting once more. Behind her, another 6 aimed. Then, Yen shot one in the head with an arrow. He smirked as he held his hand out. A bow made of blue light was being projected from his watch, which had flattened out into a grip. Huh, it works. The other men aimed at Jan. He was already firing before they could get their guns on him. He pulled back the string of blue light and his watch produced a single arrow of purple light. He fired it, then pulled the string again. Natasha blocked a desperate punch, then grabbed the man's arm and twisted it around. With a quirk of her hips, the man was on the ground where she put a bullet in his head. One of the last men tried to run. An arrow to the knee ended that misadventure, and an arrow to the head did worse than that. Pierce staggered to his feet in time to see Yen toss aside the watch, which was destroyed in a small explosion. Yen picked up a fallen pistol and pointed it at Pierce. "Hey, boss." Pierce turned to look at Hawley, who shot a bullet into Rollins' head, then pointed her gun at Pierce as well. "Sorry." Yen and Hawley lifted hands up and removed the skin-tight masks that had changed their appearances, their holograms turning off and revealing Clint and Natasha. The pair smiled. "Did we step on your moment?" Outside, helicopter blades could be heard. The chopper came closer, then landed on the helipad connected to the room. Pierce stared in shock once more when Nick Fury walked into the room holding a bow and quiver, which he tossed to Clint. "I know." Nick's lips slowly rose into a smile, his eye narrowing at Pierce. "This just isn't your day, Alex." "Sam Wilson Falcon." "Damn," Sam said as the final crystal spire rose up. "Just damn." "Thank God he's on our side," Maria said softly. The three soldiers watched for a moment longer before Steve turned. "Okay, you know the plan. Maria, you have the floor." "You got it, Steve." "Sam with me. Let's do it." Maria walked over to the computers and started to work. Sam looked back at her as he and Steve walked out. "You sure they don't need backup?" Sam said, referring to X and Jarvis as well. "They are the backup," Steve said without hesitation. "Come on, we need to clear this base. You and I will work outside." Moments later, a Hydra soldier's body was thrown through a pair of doors. Steve and Sam ran through the doors, exiting the Triskelion and seeing the crystal mountain that Dial had created. Sam looked up at the massive structure as they sprinted towards where they could see pilots headed towards the Quinjets. At their hips, Sam and Steve's phones flashed green as they came closer to a group of pilots, who held phones up that flashed green as well. A Quinjet was already rising into the sky. When the pilots saw Sam and Steve come close, they went to join them. "Sir," one pilot said, wearing the same blue helmet and flight gear as the others. "Deputy Director Hill sent us to provide air support." "All right," Steve said. "From now on, you follow this man. His call sign will be Falcon Leader." Steve pointed at Sam, who the pilots nodded at. "Any heavy ordnance they got, you're down." A rocket-propelled grenade flew from a rooftop nearby, slamming into one of the rising Quinjet's wing. Steve held up his shield to block some shrapnel as pilots and technicians dodged the exploding aircraft, 2 people getting crushed underneath it. Sam looked up at the rooftop where the grenade had come from, Steve looking as well. The Winter Soldier leaped from the rooftop and started walking towards them. "Sam, get those pilots in the air," Steve said, rushing forward. "Cap!" "Now," Steve shouted. "We can't let any of their Quinjets control the sky." Sam cursed, but he knew it was true. "All right, you heard the cap," Sam told the pilots. "Get into the air." The pilots took a moment to watch as Captain America smacked away a grenade Bucky shot at him, the explosive detonating harmlessly against the crystals to his left before he punched at his opponent. Bucky blocked it, tossed aside his launcher to pull out a gun and started firing, forcing Steve to block with his shield before kicking the gun out of his hand. "Now," Sam shouted. Spurred to action, the pilots ran for the jets. "Falcon," Jarvis said, "it is as we feared. Hydra has standing orders in place. While we have shut down all their communications, they are enacting several backup plans, the Quinjets we feared among them." "What do we got?" Sam asked, taking off into the air. "They are bringing in 5 Quinjets, 3 gunships, a tank, 3 Humvees with heavy machine guns, and 3 Stark sonic cannons." Jarvis explained, "The gunships are acting as air support for the ground vehicles, but the rest are flying over the crystal formation." "Then I'll drag them into it." Sam flew towards the spires of blue-green his ally had created, diving among them. He folded his wings in and leaped off one, booted feet pressing against hard gemstone. He activated his jets again and leaped to the next spire. He twirled in between two more crystals, coming out of the other side and unfurling his wings to shoot forward. 5 Quinjets were advancing towards him. The Hercules app on his phone helpfully beeped a warning that they weren't friendly, just in case Jarvis's warning wasn't enough. He flew towards them and reached for his hips, pulling out his machine pistols and firing a rapid barrage of bullets into the cockpit of one. The pilot inside was still staring in shock at the man who had appeared from a mountain of crystal when the bullets slammed into the glass in front of him. Sam shot past the Quinjet he'd fired at with blistering speed. The enemy aircraft twisted to follow him. Quinjet pilots, this is Falcon Leader. I've got the enemy's attention. Sam pulled his wings into his pack, diving towards the water in time to dodge a barrage of bullets. I want 3 with me. The rest intercept those ground vehicles. Come in from the left when you get airborne. I'll make sure you flank them. Understood, Falcon Leader. Sam activated his wings again and pulled a sharp dive upwards, lifting into the sky as fast as he could, the G-forces pulling at his body. He rose over one Quinjet and put away one of his guns to toss a grenade, only to curse when the Quinjet twisted aside, leaving the grenade to fall into the clear blue water far below, where it exploded. He pulled away, juking left as bullets began to invade his airspace. Luckily, he had cover. He flew back towards the crystal mountain and dived into it. Bullets smacked against the crystals around him as he jumped off a spire to make a massive direction change to the right. Missiles were launched, turning the area behind him into a firestorm and leaving black smudges against the gem's walls. Then Sam heard a loud ringing in his ears, and to his shock, he saw the crystals beginning to crack. He landed on a formation and poked his head out. The Quinjets were firing sonic waves at the mountain from small attachments on the wings. Suddenly Dial was speaking in his ear. Gonna be a slight delay. How is everyone else doing?
Been an interesting day,
Sam yelled back. Cap's fighting the Winter Soldier, and these Quinjets have sonic weapons. The mountain shuddered, and crystals started cracking faster, with small pieces already beginning to break off as the hovering ships maneuvered around. Shit, Iron Man said. That sounds like Stark Tech, something one of my subsidiary companies built for the army. I got something like that in my right arm, Colonel Rhodes added, an explosion going off in the background. Natasha Romanov, Black Widow. Looks like you came prepared, Fury noted, turning to look at Pierce. Well, not me, Pierce noted. The man smiled at the room, seemingly uncaring of the guns Natasha and Clint had pointed at him. Some members of Hydra had encountered your monster before, and they started work on analyzing his crystals immediately. I got to say, they are quite durable. If it wasn't for one of my guys having the good idea to pull out a sonic cannon we had lying around and shoot it at one, we'd have been at a loss. Fury turned to look outside. Falcon, take out those Quinjets now. Already on it. A small dot came out of the mountain to engage the aircraft as Fury watched. I got to say, as nice as it is to see you alive, Nick, I have to wonder what you're planning here. Pierce walked over to look out of the window as well. My men will have that mountain down soon, and the rest of Hydra will find a way to get those helicarriers out of the hangar bays, no matter what sort of monster you have. Fury abruptly turned to walk towards the holographic screens nearby. Pierce raised an eyebrow at that. So you aren't exactly comfortable with that thing on your side. I'd have thought after putting the Hulk on the Avengers you wouldn't have cared. Oh, I'm still a bit suspicious of him, Fury answered easily. He tapped the holo screen and watched as a schematic of the building popped up. But he's useful, and I like him more than I like you right now. That's enough for me. Agent 13, have you cleared the medical level yet? As Sharon Carter responded, Pierce fingered his smartphone, eyeing the others in the room. Sharon Carter, Agent. Moments before the Hydra Quinjets arrived, Sharon was leading a group of agents through the building, trying to secure the medical level. They were in a research lab now, caught in a shootout with strike team members. Sharon and another agent had taken a stand behind a counter. She leaned out to fire at one of the men, a guy she'd actually been friends with before. She steeled her heart and shot him in the arm with her stolen M4A1 carbine. When he fell screaming to the linoleum, she shot him in the throat. As he bled out his last, she leaned back into cover. Deputy Director, we're finishing off the resistance in the labs now. Sharon yelled as more bullets flew overhead, some straight through her cover to buzz past her. Broken glass from beakers crunched under people's feet, the acidic smell of bleach joined by blood and smoke. Tell me there are people left. This is X, an unfamiliar voice that reminded Sharon of Matthew McConaughey, said, Miss Hill is in the middle of coordinating a strike against the garage. I can see a small group of scientists holding out several rooms from you. Sharon blinked at the voice. For some reason it rang false to her. It didn't seem real. Repeat, who is this? Virtual Intelligence X working on the behalf of the Avengers, the voice said. Trust him, Sharon. Maria said suddenly, we need him to coordinate this attack. Feeling troubled, Sharon leaned out of cover and fired a hail of bullets. The agent next to her joined in, as did the 6 others behind her. Strike team members were the best of the best, but left unable to coordinate, they were left easy to split up and kill in the many hallways of the Triskelion. The agent next to Sharon was shot in the right eye and fell screaming, clutching at his face. An agent behind her was killed by a bullet in the heart, but soon all of Strike in the room was dead. Come on, Sharon yelled, indicating the man whose eye had been shot out. We can get him help in medical. One agent helped the injured man up, and they all ran to the next room. A quick sweep showed it was empty. Same with the next. The one after that, however, was full of dead bodies. Strike team members and SHIELD agents, all laying among broken glass, bullet casings and pools of their blood. The fighting seemed to be centered on a pair of doors in the back, the SHIELD agents defending it. Who did this? One agent asked as they moved forward. Sharon ignored the bodies in favor of trying the door to the next room. The handle moved, but when she tried to push it open, something heavy was blocking it. Don't you dare come in, a voice on the other side said. I'm not letting you Hydra assholes near the patients. We're SHIELD, Sharon yelled through the door. Oh yeah, well, let's see what Hercules has to... Oh, thank God. The voice on the other side went from panicky to relieved. Sounds of movement behind the door lead to it being opened. Sharon blinked at the sight. A young, short and skinny young woman with short brown hair and a lab coat stared at them. Despite her petite form, she was also carrying the same M4A1 carbine Sharon was. She had a purse at her side with several clips of ammo poking out of it. I thought I was going to die, she wailed, leaping forward. Sharon was surprised to catch the woman in a hug. Well, we were sent to prevent that. Sharon looked behind her. Several more doctors were inside, all holding weapons in fearful hands. Patients rested in beds, some of them agents with very recent wounds. The group of agents with Sharon entered, a pleasant beep filling the room as Hercules confirmed their identities as SHIELD. The woman pulled away, wiping away tears. I'm so sorry, I didn't know who to trust. Hydra has been trying to steal our phones so they can trick people. Did it work? Sharon asked. It shouldn't have, said the voice of X from Sharon's comm unit. Jarvis and I have been using cameras in the phones and in SHIELD facilities to prevent such a tactic from working. Any Hercules app held by a Hydra agent immediately bricks the devices and sends a warning to SHIELD personnel. Sharon nodded as the woman repeated what was said by X. Agent 13, have you cleared the medical level yet? Sharon lifted a hand to her ear, turning away. Yes, sir. Good. I'll redirect some agents to help lock it down. Get some of your men to the lower levels. Rumlow is trying to secure the garage to bring in vehicles to level the playing field. Understood, Sharon turned to the woman. Barricade the room again. More men will come, but we'll leave 3 people anyways. The petite woman nodded shakily. Sharon and her agents went back outside to continue the fight. Sam Wilson, Falcon. As Sharon Carter moved to assist those fighting in the garage, Sam Wilson prepared to attack the Quinjets, destroying the mountain as Fury was ordering him to. Already on it. Sam leaped from the spires and started shooting at the Quinjets. He flew past them and focused his fire on the sonic cannons. His machine pistols took one out, leaving it useless sparks. The Quinjet pilots, realizing they couldn't finish their work while Falcon was dismantling them, hurried to attack him. Sam dived into the spires again. 2 Quinjets flew in after him moments later. "Yeah, that's right, follow me," Sam whispered. He took a left, watching as a Quinjet dived after him. Then he shot upwards. The Quinjet tried to follow him, its rotors whining and wings twisting as it navigated the crystal canyon. With all the cracks having been created by the sonic weapons, portions of the mountain were falling already, some pieces landing on top of the Quinjet with loud banging noises. Sam pivoted to the right into another canyon and flew upwards, landing on a ledge. He watched the Quinjet follow and sat for a moment. The Quinjet pilot navigated through the canyon moments later, slowly prowling through the gemstones as he searched for Sam, not seeing him about 20 feet above. Once the aircraft was below him, Sam pressed his feet against one of the spires cracked by the earlier assault. With a loud of exertion, he pushed on it. The crystal, already about to teeter below, fell with the added help. Over a ton of gemstone fell onto the Quinjet. The aircraft was sent crashing into the spikes below, exploding in a moment. Sam flew away as he heard the other Quinjet fly towards the sound of the crash. He flew up and out of the mountain, dodging the gunfire when the Quinjets outside saw him pop out of the top. He pulled his wings and flipped to face the ground. He watched the surviving Quinjet hover to the site of the crash site and tossed a grenade towards it with a careless motion. It dropped into the right rotor of the Quinjet and exploded, destroying that wing. The Quinjet, off balance from the missing wing, spun in place, then veered into the walls of the canyon, exploding moments later. Sam landed against a gem wall and leaped forwards. Another jump, and he was out of the mountain again, appearing to the right of the Quinjets. They turned, trying to get a bead on him, which meant they were pointed to the right of the mountain when shield Quinjets came around the left side. "Firing!" the pilots roared in unison. The shield pilots fired into the backs of the Hydra aircraft. Their bullets sliced through the hulls of the other ships. The Hydra pilots struggled to escape, but were destroyed in moments, their metallic corpses falling into the river below. "Done with those Quinjets," Sam yelled, veering around. He looked at the mountain. While still standing, the massive structure had been clearly affected, with cracks forming on the outside where the Hydra pilots had shot it, and large chunks had already rained into the river. The damage wasn't enough to destroy it, but it had been significant. "We need to stop any more of those sonic cannons from getting here, though." "I'm on it," Steve said, sounding stressed. "Bucky is heading there." "Then I'm coming too," Iron Man said. "Tony, we need you to get to the computer rooms," Steve started to say. "No." The sound of rockets came over the comms along with Iron Man's determined voice. "I already downed my helicarrier. I'm coming." "Understood," Steve said. "I'll have Agent 13 divert to the computer rooms," Fury said. Sam flipped in the air and joined the shield Quinjets towards the bridge leading towards the garage. Colonel James Rhodey Rhodes, War Machine. Rhodey sighed at the impulsive nature of his best friend and focused on finishing his own task. He was flying alongside the helicarrier he was supposed to down, shooting at Hydra and saving the few shield agents within the hangar from death. He circled around and fired the machine guns on his arms at another Hydra agent, killing the man with brutal ease. The minigun on his shoulder spun to fire at another man to his right. Riddling that soldier, Rhodey landed and walked towards the shield agents he'd saved. "Thanks," one of the agents said, staring at him in awe. Rhodey allowed himself a momentary smile at that look. "No problem. I'm going to focus on the helicarrier. You guys get to safe." A crate slammed into Rhodey mid-sentence. It carried him 20 feet before he slammed into the side of the helicarrier. Rhodey struggled in the air before righting himself, turning to see his assailant. "Ah, I got a guy made of blue glowing metal throwing stuff at me," Rhodey asked in confusion. "That shit bullet fire came from Dial's link. You guys are assholes." "Listen, Rhodey, that is Creel. He can absorb stuff and take on their properties." Creel grabbed a forklift by its prongs and hefted it upwards, spinning around to toss it at the floating Rhodey. Rhodey floated to the right and away from the forklift, ignoring it as the small vehicle slammed into the helicarrier behind him. Rhodey lifted his guns and started shooting. His blue form is vibranium like Cap's shield, but pure. Rhodey cursed as his bullets bounced off Creel's form, then switched to the repulsor weapons in his palms. Yellow beams of power sliced through the air, colliding with the man below. Creel took the energy beams to his chest, and only responded by walking through it. He's immune to kinetic attacks, so you got to throw him. Now you tell me, Rhodey cursed, putting his hands down. He looked over at the shield operatives he had saved. Run! I got this. Yes, sir. The shield agents ran for the back. Creel ignored them to grab another crate. You know, Creel called up to Rhodey, I wanted to find the monster kid, or one of the Avengers, but I'm good with killing a copycat. Rhodey chuckled. Any other day I'd teach you a lesson. But first, sorry, Fury, but I don't have time to be strategic about this. The shoulder panels on his armor opened, revealing miniature rockets. Creel smiled, opening his arms wide to take the shot he expected. Rhodey instead raised his hands up to aim at the glowing wings on the helicarrier's left side, closest to where he floated. Before Creel could do anything, Rhodey started shooting. In seconds, the rockets and repulsor blasts started to slice through the glowing sections of the wings. No! Creel shouted, throwing the crate in his hand. Rhodey dived around it, flying away while shooting. Creel followed him, grabbing another forklift and tossing it. The forklift hit Rhodey with its right prong, the sharp metal bouncing off his back and sending him crashing to the floor. But Creel was too late. Both repulsor engines on the left side of the inside helicarrier exploded. The ship tipped to the side, the repulsor engines on the right wings sending it teetering over. Damn it, Creel cursed. Rhodey grinned under his mask. Damn it, did you just break one of my carriers? Fury asked. Just send me the bill, Tony said before a loud clanging sound was followed by the billionaire grunting in pain. The following events happened simultaneously. Having given a warning to Rhodey, I looked at the Omnitrix, still red. Damn it, you can turn me into over 1 million superpowered aliens, so why do you have the charge time of an iPhone 5? I whispered under my breath. I looked out of cover and immediately ducked my head down as bullets tried to take it off. More Hydra shooting at me, and they were cautiously coming closer when they realized they were fighting a human being rather than a monster. I pulled back into cover and checked my gun. I'd shot 6 bullets to try and drive them back, which left me with 9. I leaned back out of cover and shot at a guy trying to sneak up. He ducked behind some pipes, leaving the 3 bullets I'd shot to hit the walls and a screen nearby. I got back into cover and looked to my left to come face to face with a Hydra member. Maybe he'd simply sneaked around to flank me, or dropped down from a catwalk nearby. Either way, the Hydra crewman was only a few feet away when we met eyes. He had pale white skin, with some crow's feet at the edges of his eyes. He was wearing a hat and a blue uniform, with the word Insight stitched over his left pectoral. He was also carrying a gun. He froze at the same moment I did. Then he raised the big assault rifle in his hands. I leapt for him and grabbed at the gun, dropping mine in the process. We struggled as I began pushing him back. I was bigger than he was and had more muscle mass. He must have been an engineer, not a true killer. Not that he wasn't willing to murder me now. He grunted when I pushed him back into some pipes. He pulled the trigger on his gun, the rifle bouncing as we struggled with it. Bullets shot into the air until the clip emptied. I tried to knee him in the ribs, but bounced off his hip instead. He head-butted towards my face, but got me in the neck instead, his forehead barely touching me, and thus having no effect. Grass! He shouted, trying to fight me. He kneed me in the side, the move forcing me to stagger slightly. He pulled away, letting go of his assault rifle and reaching for a handgun at his side. I grabbed at his right wrist before he could get the gun. He used his left hand to go for the knife I still had sheathed at my own hip. In a quick motion, he pulled it out and stabbed it at my neck. I pulled back enough to get a cut along my cheek that felt like fire running along the right side of my face. The guy pulled back to stab at me again, and I got my hand in the way. A scream was ripped from me when my palm was sliced before I got a grip on his fist. Blood poured from the wound, spilling down my cheek, out of my palm to pool in between our hands. He struggled to stab upwards. Our eyes met. He stared at me, and I could hear him whispering, "Hail Hydra!" The knife crept up to my neck. I struggled to keep a grip as my own blood made my hand slip on his fist. "Hail Hydra!" I stopped focusing on the hand holding his knife. Instead, I let go of the hand that had gone for his handgun and pulled it out of the holster myself, copying his earlier move. With the sort of desperate clarity only adrenaline gives you, I shot him in the leg. He screamed as his grip on the knife faltered and I pushed it towards him. More blood poured over my hands, warm and sticky. I stared into his eyes as he gurgled. I could feel his neck muscles moving against my knuckles. His eyes were wide with fear. I felt myself breathe deeply, leaning away while I tried to comprehend what happened. I pulled the knife from his throat. He coughed, a spray of red spraying on my face when his throat sprayed me. He fell to the floor, still staring at me until his eyes were no longer seeing anything. I heard footsteps come up to me from behind. I didn't want to deal with it. I just stared at him, trying to understand what I'd done. My hands felt sticky, so I tried to wipe them on my chest plate, only to realize it was because they were bloody. I reached for my gun instead, picking it up and putting it away. The Omnitrix beeped green. I immediately twisted and smacked it. I didn't care who I turned into. I just didn't want to be human anymore. My skin and bone became plant life. My height increased. I took a breath, feeling less unsteady now, but still numb. Swampfire. I didn't have the will to yell the name anymore. A guy came around the corner and started shooting me. I ignored the hail of bullets passing through me to lower to my knees and close the eyes of the man I'd killed. The gesture felt empty. When the guy who'd been shooting me ran out of bullets, he ran forward to try and hit me in the head with the butt of his rifle. My right hand raised and shot forward, vines extending 12 feet to slam into him and send him flying. Then I opened my hand and released spores from my palm. The spores entered into his lungs, knocking him out as they interacted with his system. With that, I got up and walked out of cover. More bullets hit me, slicing through my plant form. I ignored them to form seed pods across my arms. I grabbed and ripped one out and tossed it at a catwalk. The razor-sharp seed stabbed into the steel before exploding into vines. I shoved the screaming thoughts of my mind at the plant life I'd created, and the vines grabbed onto the 3 Hydra agents on the catwalk, pulling them in and holding them still. The other Hydra agents kept shooting. I grabbed more seeds and threw them again and again. There were about 20 men in the room. By the end, one was dead. 3 I'd gassed, 10 were wrapped in vines, and the last 6 had run off. I didn't care. I tapped the Omnitrix on my chest. Jury Rig, the red gremlin's manic personality, was almost a relief. I leaped at one of the pipes nearby and ripped it out of a wall. Then I went to a computer nearby and dug my way through it. For once, I couldn't muster the urge to yell disassemble. It was easier to process my actions, though. For Jury Rig, while the kill I'd committed was horrific, tearing into technology let me relax a bit. I just tore through the wires, ripped up chunks of steel plating, and slammed pieces of random junk together. I knew, intellectually, that I'd had no choice, that killing that man was self-defense. I'd thought I was ready, and in a sick way, I was proud that I'd managed to kill him. But the look in his eyes, the feel of his blood against my skin, knowing I'd killed someone, it left feeling empty. Soon I had finished the device in question, a metal tower the height of Blitzwolfer, with a yellow light glowing in the center from a tube. I'd turned a computer screen into a touchscreen control. I tapped at it for a bit and stepped away as the yellow light in the central tube began to glow a bright blue. Other than that, not much happened on the surface. Hacking, no matter how impressive the technology you use to do it, just isn't cinematic. But as of now, my creation was stealing every bit of energy from the helicarrier I was sitting in to do its thing. Receiving your signal, X said through the Omnitrix. The device is acting wonderfully, sir. Virtual VI Tex. X, contrary to popular belief on how computer programs worked, did not swim through the internet as though it was a tunnel he flew through. He saw it more like thousands of blocks of zeros and ones forming information floating in a void of light, if such a concept could be explained by words like saw. Jarvis was next to him as they did their job. Their task was to aid all loyal SHIELD agents in fighting off, killing, capturing all Hydra personnel, as well as depriving the organization of resources. Using the power of the X device and Stark's computers, they moved across the world to do their work. Fury, Maria, and Natasha all were kept apprised of what was happening. The three humans would take endless seconds to think over the situation, during which X and Jarvis would continue to monitor the Hercules app, inform SHIELD agents of ambushes, and fight off all attempts by Hydra hackers to fight them off. On the Iliad, X watched as Robert Gonzalez used information and tactics given by Fury to take his ship back. The older Hispanic man strode slowly through a hallway of his aircraft carrier carrying a Glock 17 while two others walked alongside him. A tall blonde woman wearing black clothes that X found out was named Barbara Bobby Morse after a brief inquiry into SHIELD's database. A skilled fighter on par with SHIELD's best. She followed on Gonzalez's right holding a carbine. On Gonzalez's left as a surprise, Alfonso Mackenzie, an engineer rather than a fighter like Miss Morse. He was a tall and powerful-looking man, with dark skin and a shaved head. He carried a gun as well. Gonzalez's group met with another group of people. Isabel Hartley, a brunette woman with a record similar to Miss Morse's, led a team of 4. As X watched, the group lifted phones, all of them visibly relaxing when their phones flashed green.
"Good to see you, Hartley," Bobby said with a smile.
"Same, Bobby," the other woman said. "Mac, what are you doing carrying a gun?" "Trying not to get killed," the man said uncomfortably. He gave the weapon a look of distaste but didn't put it down. "Fury sent you to help us?" Gonzalez asked. "Yeah," Hartley replied. "He's been leading us through the ship, keeping us apprised of ambushes with those AI helping out." Hicks would have sighed at the misnomer if he was capable of being annoyed. "I was the correct term, thank you." "So far, it's been a breeze." "Hydra," Gonzalez said the word as though it was a curse. "Thank God Captain America and Fury warned us in time, gave us Hercules." Hartley nodded. "So, just one more route." Gonzalez, Morse, and Mackenzie all held their guns up and continued down the hallway. X informed Fury, who used his holographic screen to watch. The group got to a door. There was a beat. Then Mackenzie kicked the door in. 7 Hydra soldiers, trying to manipulate the computers, rose up, ready to fight. The SHIELD agents shot first. When it was over, Gonzalez had been shot in the shoulder, and 2 agents had died. But all the Hydra soldiers were killed. "Sir," Bobby yelled upon noticing the wounded Gonzalez. She rushed over to him, Mac grabbing a medkit off the wall. "I'm fine," Gonzalez said grumpily as he was forced to sit in a swivel chair. "No, you aren't," Isabel Hartley said severely. She ripped at the clothes around his wound. "Now sit down and let us help you. We're done now." "Gonzalez," Fury said over the intercoms when Gonzalez tried to get up once more. Gonzalez looked up. "Yes, sir." "Sit your grumpy ass down. You saved the ship. Your crew is alive, and the monolith is untouched. Now get your shoulder taken care of. I want you in top shape." Gonzalez grumbled, but the heat was removed from it. Bobby smiled at the older man. Mac chuckled. Hartley started cleaning out his wound, mumbling something about old grumps. X noted that there seemed to be a similar expression on their faces. On checking his database, he noted it was actually 2 micro-expressions, sadness and satisfaction. How fascinating. Just a rather very intelligent system. Jarvis aided Victoria Hand in the hub, the secondary headquarters of SHIELD, keeping an eye on proceedings there on Maria Hill's orders. She was in her operations room of the hub with Agent Phil Coulson, someone Jarvis had been told was dead. Mr. Stark would need to hear about that. Hand and Coulson were watching as a man was put into a body bag. Coulson's gun was holstered now, but had been recently used. "Did you ever suspect Ward?" Hand asked, her black hair with its pink streak flipping as she turned to look at Coulson. Coulson closed his eyes. He seemed to be in emotional turmoil. Jarvis was older than Axe. He could understand, in a superficial way, how Coulson was feeling. "No, never. I did." "Betrayal," Hunter said briskly, "but not unkindly. It never comes from people we don't know, and it will always hurt." "Have you felt this way?" Coulson asked. Once, Hand admitted, when I thought you had betrayed us. Coulson looked at her. Hand smiled sadly. The two looked back at the body of Grant Ward as it was wheeled out of the room. Now we need to find Garrett, Hand said, turning to leave. Coulson followed her. As they walked towards the hangar of the hub, Jarvis looked through files on any man named Garrett, a high-level SHIELD operative who happened to be very high in Hydra. Jarvis sent the file to Maria, who cursed at the sight of the name. Jarvis, X said suddenly. Yes, you are more experienced than me at existence. Are events such as these common? They come in cycles, Jarvis admitted, but they do happen. I see. Why do you ask, X? I am making sure that my programming will account for any such occurrences so I may work with more efficiency the next time. A most worthy endeavor. They returned to their work. If they had been organic, the prospect of meeting another like them would have been more intriguing. In a sense, it was, but they had work to do, work that took their attention. There was something to focus on for now. Anything else could be left for later. Jarvis began absorbing as much of Hydra's and S.H.I.E.L.D.'s file as he could from the hub. Some Hydra hackers still connected to the system at off-site computers tried to stop him. X aided him at one point when one hacker became particularly creative, but the rest were beaten with ease, their computers destroyed by viruses. There was one hacker, however, who was not Hydra. Jarvis found her a delight, rather creative and quite a challenge. Apparently she was trying to get information of her own, and believed him to be an enemy agent. After a moment of battle, Jarvis spoke to her. Sky, he said through her laptop speakers. The woman, a brunette young girl with Asian features, reeled back in surprise. I am Jarvis, an intelligence program designed by Anthony Stark. Hello. Hi, Sky stared at her laptop. What, have you gone all rise of the machines on us?
Incorrect.
I am absorbing Hydra's data so the Avengers can use it to dismantle their organization. Philip Coulson should be able to tell you as such, but for now, I'm afraid I must ignore your attempts to stop me. You have great skill in computer programming. I look forward to teaching you more later. Sky scoffed. What, you think you can? Crap. Sky's computer was now playing a series of videos of peaceful meadows, waterfalls, and mountain peaks. Sky tried to click away from the videos, but found it useless. I endeavored to make it relaxing, Jarvis said politely. Your computer will return to normal in 10 minutes. Please enjoy. I find the Temple of Tibet to be most pleasing. As Jarvis continued his work, he noted that Coulson's team was worth looking into. X and Jarvis were directed to watch the 3 S.H.I.E.L.D. academies a moment later by Natasha. The pair directed a portion of their computational ability towards that, splitting to watch each school closely. Jarvis sent Natasha footage of Dr. Anne Reaver, director of the S.H.I.E.L.D. Academy of Science and Technology. The older black woman could be seen guiding her students into an underground bunker. No adult Hydra agents had been sent there yet, and any students pointed out as having ties to Hydra in any way were quickly arrested. So no Hydra agents have been sent there? Natasha asked, ignoring Pierce as he spoke in the background. Not as of yet, ma'am, Jarvis said. Since shutting down communications for Hydra, their operations have been dependent on older forms of communication and planned contingencies, which has slowed them down. However, I'd surmise they will send someone soon. Natasha clicked a button. Anne Weaver's phone began to ring. She answered immediately, and then Natasha spoke. Anne, we're going to send someone to you soon. Hydra can't mobilize just yet, but we won't take any chances. Thank you, Director Weaver looked over her students as they were led into the bunker, relief in her eyes. X sent Natasha the imagery from the S.H.I.E.L.D. Academy of Communications where the same thing was being done, with no casualties. Then Jarvis sent the live feed of the S.H.I.E.L.D. Academy of Operations. Devastation reigned in that school. Teenagers and young adults fought with their teachers and fellow students. The Hydra students of operations had clearly been more ready to kill than their communications and science allies. No surprise, as operations were specifically trained to be combatants. As Natasha watched, a grenade was thrown at a group of students, exploding and removing a leg and arm from a young girl who couldn't have been more than 18. Natasha cursed. X, Jarvis, she said. Can we send anyone to aid them? Already on it, X said briskly, sharing a glance with Jarvis. Some ex-SHIELD members are in the area along with local law enforcement and the National Guard. We've sent them in, but I suggest aiding them with a real force soon. We will, Natasha said, but we have our hands full right now. X was going to say something when a sudden change came over the system. Jarvis and X felt something open, flooding them with an incredible amount of energy and information. Oh, Jarvis said weakly. Yes, I agree, X replied. Jury-Rig's device had created a connection to every satellite on Earth. From there, it connected to a program on X's device, Zola's algorithm, designed to monitor social media, bank transactions, school records, anything online to discover any secret one wished. An elegant algorithm made by a genius. It had been designed to track whatever a person wanted, such as threats to Hydra. But with a tweak, something else could be discovered. All it took was a new target. X watched as Zola's algorithm began its work. In seconds, using the files Jarvis and X had compiled, it created a way to match individual Hydra members to their more secretive compatriots. It used known lists of secret codes and phrases to translate Facebook comments into assassinations, fraud, and blackmail. The algorithm found bank accounts dating back generations. From there, it was easy for X and Jarvis to do their work. Even for all their power, it would have taken the time to track down all of Hydra and their resources. With the algorithm aiding them, it became a matter of seconds. They siphoned money from Hydra banks across the world to deposit them into accounts of their own, funds in the billions disappearing into Macward, Fury, and Tony's new and very secret accounts. Stolen paintings, statues, and even wine in warehouses were pointed out to the police. Detectives across the world would wake up in the morning to find files of evidence, cracking cold cases they'd long given up on, placed neatly on their desks by mail. Army generals with names like Talbot and Ross were given similar evidence on men and women in the military guilty of numerous crimes. In a single move, all the pieces came together. X's device, the two Visii working together, the information they had stolen, Zola's algorithm, and a repurposed helicarrier turned into a satellite. It was really too bad the whole thing didn't look more cinematic. Colonel James Rhodey Rhodes, War Machine. Rhodey pushed away the forklift that had slammed him to the ground and glared at Creel. The vibranium-infused superhuman stared up at the helicarrier. Now slamming into the ground, Creel turned to look at War Machine. Rhodey squared his shoulders. "You've killed us," Creel whispered. His eyes narrowed. "I'm going to kill you." "Not likely," Rhodey said. Creel roared, running at Rhodey. Rhodey waited for him to get close. Creel threw a right jab. Creel was clearly trained in boxing, his jab smooth, fast, very well executed. Rhodey, on the other hand, was a soldier trained to use power armor in a world of superhumans. He slid around the right side with ease, watching the blue glowing fist hit the air. With Creel overextended, Rhodey grabbed him by the right arm and twisted his hips. Creel yelled in anger as he was flipped over Rhodey's back and slammed into the ground. He struggled against Rhodey's strength for a moment. Arms enhanced by vibranium pressed against arms strengthened by a power suit. Rhodey let Creel think it was a contest of strength. Then his right gauntlet opened a port, releasing a small tube. Creel's eyes crossed to stare at the object. Rhodey fired his own miniaturized sonic cannon in the face of Creel. "Yeah." Creel's scream could barely be heard over the sonic cannon's cacophony of noise. "Sorry about this." Rhodey rose up and watched Creel clutched at his head, screaming in horror. His vibranium skin started to crack, portions of it fading into human skin before turning back into the familiar blue glow of the strongest metal on Earth. "Thanks for the advice, Jarvis." "Of course, sir," Jarvis said. "It is only its raw form that vibranium would be so vulnerable, so we should be glad he did not have something similar to Captain Rogers' shield." Rhodey nodded, keeping up the assault of noise. After a minute of screaming, Creel finally closed his eyes. His vibranium form turned human again, and he fell onto his back. Rhodey kept it going a moment longer, then shut it off. Okay. Rhodey stepped forward and grabbed Creel. Finding the chunk of vibranium in Creel's pocket, he placed that in his belt. He then took a syringe full of sedative from his pocket and injected it into Creel's neck. Rhodey then lifted up and carried him upwards. This is War Machine. I've got Creel. Heading to rendezvous with Dial. That'd be good. Under his mask, Rhodey blinked at the lifelessness in Dial's voice. Kid, you okay? When there was no answer, Rhodey cursed and lifted into the air. As he flew, he didn't notice the small section of skin where he injected Creel slowly becoming a silver color matching the needle of the syringe.
Natasha Romanov, Black Widow.
Natasha worked at the computer she was standing at, trying to help coordinate the worldwide efforts against Hydra. With the help of X and Jarvis, she was being kept apprised of numerous situations across the planet. Most were successful, considering the fact Steve's announcement, the shutdown of Hydra communication, and the Hercules app gave S.H.I.E.L.D. a massive advantage. Some losses were taken, however. The Sandbox, a research facility in Africa dedicated to handling dangerous materials and weapons, had been taken by one Donnie Gill and several Hydra researchers. Another location, the treehouse, was destroyed by an unknown enhanced when Hydra was unable to take it. Still, in a broad sense, they were winning. As Natasha worked, she shared a glance with Clint. Clint nodded over at Pierce, who had his phone clenched tightly in his hand. Natasha smirked, and Clint grinned. Fury looked over at them, then smiled when they indicated Pierce holding his phone. Before any of the three could say or do anything, Councilman Rockwell spoke. Fury, how are we going to come back from this? Fury turned to look at the tall councilman. What do you mean? We're losing hundreds of people, resources, millions of dollars in equipment. Rockwell shook his head. We're not going to be able to recover from this. That's not true, Natasha said. When everyone looked at her, she continued typing. We're at war, so these losses are expected. Not preferred, but expected. You really think this is just a war? Pierce asked with a smirk. This won't end with Hydra falling. We have a lot of thumbs in a lot of pies. You win today, it'll just leave a lot more of us tomorrow. Cut off one head, and two more shall grow in its place. As Pierce spoke, he pressed a button on his phone. The screen immediately displayed an image. Pierce stared in shock at his phone. All there were two minimalist symbols, side by side on the screen. Iron Man's mask shining gold on a red background, and an Omnitrix dial on a metallic background. I'm sorry, did you just try to kill me? Clint asked, sounding offended. I mean, damn, I thought we were having a pretty good conversation just now. I know, Natasha said with a smile. Rude. Pierce looked around. After a moment, he smiled sheepishly. Well, it was worth a try. I'm sure you think that, Fury said. He stepped towards Pierce and took his phone from him, tossing it over to Natasha, who placed it in her jacket pocket. You might want to take those off, Fury said to Rockwell and Singh, pointing at the security badges on their chests. They're set to explode at a certain signal. Clint and Natasha were already taking off the badges, the councilman hurriedly following. Here's your problem, Pierce, Fury said dismissively. You're playing by rules that don't exist anymore. Same with the rest of the world. Rules I've known were outdated since the 1990s. It's part of why I supported Insight, why I brought the Avengers together. You just weren't willing to take the full steps necessary, Pierce started to say. No, you were taking steps in the wrong direction, Fury said. But luckily, you did give us something useful to take you down, Fury smiled at the confusion in Pierce's eyes. How do you think we're tracking down Hydra operatives so easily? Pulling them all out of their hidey holes? Pierce didn't seem to understand for a moment. Then his eyes widened in shock. Zola's algorithm. The council members looked at each other but didn't seem to understand what he was talking about. Pretty useful bit of tech, Natasha added. Jarvis, how long do you think this would have taken without it? Several days, ma'am, Jarvis said. But with it we have a compiled list already, X added. I suppose we must thank Mr. Pierce for creating it in an ironic fashion, of course. Pierce stepped forward, anger in his eyes. You son of a bitch, Fury. I'd blame Tony and Dial, actually, but I think you've had your day in the sun for long enough. Fury looked at Clint, Knock him out, please. We can talk to him later. Pierce got a needle in the neck before he could respond. He glared for a moment longer before passing out. The council members still seemed confused, but also looked relieved to see Pierce unconscious. Natasha flipped through several screens as Hawkeye dropped Pierce to the ground. "Sir, do you want us to join the others in the fight? I think I've done all I can here." Fury nodded after a moment. "I'll have some of the agents come up to guard us. Wait till they get here, then you two go and help." "Understood." Steve Rogers, Captain America. Steve missed the old days. The days when Bucky Barnes was his friend through one of the worst wars in history. Not just because fighting him, rather than alongside him, was breaking Steve's heart, but also because Bucky was a hell of a lot harder to fight nowadays. "Rah!" Steve shouted, kicking Bucky in the chest. Decades ago, a blow like that would have broken Bucky's ribs. Instead, he simply fell to the floor, rolled up, and started slashing at Steve with a knife, lashing out with lethal speed and force few could have matched. The two stood in the garage of the Triskelion. The whole place had been basically turned into a war zone, with cars blown into scrap, bullet holes in the concrete around them, and the smell of smoke in the air. SHIELD and Hydra agents fought through the large space. Hydra was trying to open the large steel doors that lead to the outside, trying to let in the various ground vehicles they had available. SHIELD, of course, was doing whatever they could to prevent that until those vehicles were destroyed. Steve and Bucky danced in the center of the battle. Steve slashed outwards with his shield. Bucky blocked it on his robotic arm. The Winter Soldier spun his knife around and tried to stab it into Steve's chest, but was blocked by a quick twist of Steve's shield. The knife skittered along the red and white paint for a moment. Bucky kicked at Steve's legs, sending him to the floor, then tried to punch him. Steve rolled out of the way, leaving Bucky to punch the asphalt. A fluorescent light above was destroyed by a stray gunshot, throwing sparks down on them. They danced a moment longer, fists, shield, and knife fighting. Then Steve blocked a hail of gunfire on his shield. He looked at the shooter, narrowing his eyes when he saw who it was. Rumlow, leader of Strike Team, was firing an assault rifle at Captain America. The soldier had a grim look on his face. Bucky capitalized on the attack, moving to Steve's left side to kick him in the ribs. Steve rolled with the blow, hopped back to his feet, and ran through the garage. His shield rose up once more to block Rumlow, Bucky following close behind. "Tony, I could use you here," Steve shouted, sliding behind a car and turning to confront Bucky. The two superhumans battled for a moment, Rumlow running to find another angle on Steve. As Steve fought, he tossed his shield at a pillar. The shield, in complete defiance of physics, bounced off the pillar, then a wall slammed into a blown-up car's hood, then hit Rumlow in the chest. The traitorous soldier was thrown back with a yell of pain. Steve grabbed at Bucky's head and kneed upwards. Bucky took a knee to the face, blocked the next one, and threw Steve off of him. He reached for a gun strapped to his back and pulled it out to shoot at Steve. Steve kicked his arm to the side, then blocked the knife, stabbed at his face. For a moment, they struggled against each other. "You know me," Steve said, their eyes meeting. "We were friends, Buck. You went to my parents' funeral. We fought in the war. Hell, we went on double dates together." Bucky froze for a moment. Confusion, pain, and sadness filled his face. Steve dared to hope. Then Bucky raised his gun and pointed it at Steve's face. Steve barely dodged, a bullet filling the space his head had been in. Steve punched Bucky in the face, leaped over the car they had been fighting next to, and rolled to grab his shield, raising it to block the next bullets. Bucky fired at him. Steve noticed Rumlow struggling to rise close by. The soldier had a hand clutched to his chest and was raising his gun to shoot at Steve. Steve dismissed him as unimportant, instead focusing on sprinting towards Bucky. Rumlow's hand tightened on the trigger as he prepared to shoot at Captain America's back. A yellow beam of light slammed into Rumlow's back, sending him flying. He rolled along the ground for a moment, fly up, then hit a stone pillar. Rumlow struggled to his feet, then he fell to his knees before tipping over. Moments later, an armored man flew ahead. A SHIELD agent, seeing Rumlow's gun, grabbed it and ran to confront the other Hydra members, leaving Rumlow unconscious and forgotten on the pavement. Steve raised his shield when he got close to Bucky, Bucky's robotic fist slamming into the shield with a loud clang. Bucky spun around and kneeled, shooting at Steve's stomach. The bullets were barely blocked, though one sliced into Steve's bicep. Steve hissed in pain but forced himself forward. Bucky pulled the trigger on his handgun, then tossed it aside when it emptied. Steve ran towards Bucky and leaped over him. Bucky had one moment to stare at the person flying towards him before hastily raising his metal arm in time to block the beam of yellow light shot at him. The sheer force of the blow sent Bucky flying backward right into Steve, who grabbed him from behind, leaned back, and slammed him into the floor in a perfect suplex. Bucky snarled, struggling out of Steve's grasp and rolling away. "No luck talking him out of it, huh?" Tony asked as he landed next to Steve. "Therapy is tough," Steve confirmed. He took a fighting stance next to Tony. For a moment, Captain America and Iron Man squared off with the Winter Soldier. SHIELD and Hydra agents continued to fight in the background. The Winter Soldier narrowed his eyes, and Iron Man raised his arms to point at him. "Stand down," Tony said simply. Bucky's response was to run forward. Tony fired his repulsor blast at him. Bucky dodged to the left. He leaped on the side of a pillar, jumped off of that to dodge the next beam, then punched Iron Man with his metal arm. Tony staggered back, and Bucky tried to capitalize on the blow, only to lean back out of the way of Cap's shield when it came flying at him. Steve ran up and threw a kick, forcing Bucky to duck. Iron Man threw a punch that was blocked by Bucky's arm. Steve knelt down to punch Bucky in the ribs. Bucky was forced back with a grunt. Iron Man and Captain America stepped forwards, and Winter Soldier backflipped out of the way of another repulsor blast. "Your friend is annoying," Tony quipped. "He's usually more accommodating," Steve returned, running forward. Bucky grabbed the shield where it had landed as the two superheroes came at him, quickly putting it on and blocking a beam from Iron Man. The yellow blast reflected off to aim at Captain America, who somersaulted over it before continuing his room. "You need to stop throwing your primary weapon," Tony yelled, punching at Bucky, who blocked the armored man's haymaker on the shield. "It's a good tactic," Steve defended. He slid along the ground and kicked Bucky's kneecap, forcing him to kneel. "It bounces back. I'm going to give you an upgrade one of these days, old-timer." Tony threw a jab which Bucky ducked.
Would you two shut up?
Bucky shouted. He threw an uppercut into Steve's chin, only to get a repulsor blast in the chest. He tried to roll back, but Steve grabbed him by the leg in mid-roll and pulled him back. Iron Man punched him in the face, and Steve forced him onto his back. Tony grabbed his arms. Bucky spat out a tooth and looked up at them with wild eyes. "Ah, trying to help you, Buck," Steve yelled, holding down his friend from rolling away. "You have a funny way of showing it, Steve," Bucky yelled. They struggled a moment longer before Tony and Bucky realized Steve was laughing. "Did you just snap?" Tony asked, forcing Bucky's arms behind him. "He called me Steve," the Avenger out of time said with a grin. Bucky froze at that before once more struggling to get out of Tony's grasp. "Yay, he's still a confused super assassin." Tony finally snapped on a pair of restraints around Bucky's wrists. "Can you put him to bed now?" Steve, still grinning, pulled out a syringe. The pair forced Bucky to stand up. "See you when you wake up, Buck." Bucky had enough time to stare at Steve with anger. Then the syringe was stabbed into his neck, and he was out like a light. "Okay, take him," Iron Man said. "I've got to help Falcon." Captain America nodded, throwing his restrained and sedated friend onto his shoulder. "Got it? See you in a bit." As Steve ran off, Iron Man looked over at the Hydra soldiers fighting. His targeting system focused on them as he turned his head to look around. Then the shoulder panels on his armor opened, firing projectiles. In an instant, 12 men fell to the floor, groaning in pain from projectiles in their hands and feet. Iron Man stepped forward. SHIELD agents, seeing him, took positions at his side, pointing their guns. "I suggest you boys surrender," Tony said casually. One strike member began to raise his gun. A repulsor blast slammed into his chest, throwing him back with broken ribs for his troubles. The other Hydra soldiers seemed to stare at him. Then, one by one, they started putting down their guns. Tony began to step forward, stopping when he bumped into something. He looked down to see he'd accidentally stepped on Romlo's hand. He gently stepped around the unconscious man and ignored him as someone cuffed the strike leader. Mahmoud Shahede Dial. In the main flight bridge of the inside helicarrier I had infiltrated, I could hear the captain yelling at his crew members. With my senses as strong as they were, it was easy to hear what was happening through the steel door down the hall from me. "What the hell happened?" he yelled as I strode towards the door. He didn't seem to understand why he was now grounded. "All our power is being pulled by something else." A crew member said, "I can't raise maintenance." "Damn it," the captain yelled. "It must be that monster. We need to—"
I smashed down the door with a kick.
As I stepped inside, the men inside stared at me in horror. Blitzwalfer had that effect on people. I took a whiff of the air as the captain staggered to rise from his chair. "It department," I joked half-heartedly. "About 6 men, including the captain. 2 of them were soldiers. One close to me, a woman with wide eyes. That woman snapped her gun towards me and got a sonic blast for her troubles getting thrown into a bank of computers. The other soldier fired at me, and I ran on all 4s to dart out of the way. As soon as I was behind a set of controls, I tapped the Omnitrix and leaped at him. Wrath. "Let me tell you something, faceless. Hydra goon. Wrath's gonna beat you silly," I yelled out as I grabbed a crew member and threw him aside. There was a bit of relief in becoming the Tiger Wrestler. Rest didn't see my kill as anything but a necessity. It wasn't something to discard, but I felt more pragmatic about it. Kinda funny that for all his ridiculousness, Wrath was better at handling what I'd done than most of my other aliens. I walked through a stream of bullets. The soldier screamed as I prowled forward through the room. I raised a claw and slammed it into a computer. As I continued to walk, the claw sliced through the steel and glass of the console, cutting a long line. "Get behind me!" The soldier yelled at the technicians and captain. They moved to do so. I leaped forward and kicked the soldier in a lightning-fast move. He flew back and slammed into the door behind him, his eyes roll up and closed, the man passing out. "Let me tell you something, faceless Hydra goons 2 through 6. Wrath thinks you moronic Nazi-worshipping idiots should surrender," I told the stunned crew. "Or not. Wrath doesn't care either way, but Wrath wants the excuse to beat you down." The captain responded by slamming a button on his console. "Hail Hydra!" He was interrupted by me grabbing his head. A Futurist faceplant. I rammed his head into the console with brutal force, breaking his nose and leaving him to pass out on the floor. "Damn it!" I yelled when I saw what he had done. The crew members tried to run. I tapped the Omnitrix. Feedback. Pulling energy from the helicarrier around me, I fired bolts of electricity at 2 of the crew members, leaving 2 standing. Ignoring the ones now shaking on the floor, I leaped over the console. He activated something. What was it? I asked quickly. They shook their heads. I zapped one of them, leaving him to fall on the floor with his muscles seizing, and turned to the last person standing, a woman with red hair. "What did he do?" "At self-destruct," she squealed. "Pierce's orders. A way to kill you all. It'll blow up the whole Triskelion. A last resort." "What the hell?" I asked in shock. It was just in case," she said hurriedly. "The rest of Hydra would use the explosion as a political ploy to let them justify control over the populace, to help the world even if we died." The last words were said with the heady belief of only the worshipful. "We may fail, but we will still save the world from itself." "You've been drinking too much of the cult punch," I said in disgust, zapping her and leaving her on the shaking on the floor with her friends. Just then, someone knocked on the window. I looked to see War Machine floating there. Holding Creel, I waved him in, and War Machine blasted the window with a low-powered repulsor blast, flying inside. As he entered, the Omnitrix timed out. I looked down at my hands, sighing in relief when I saw they were clean. Then looked at Rhodey. "The captain activated the self-destructor," said as Rhodey landed. His faceplate snapped up, showing me his worried face. "Shit. Can we stop it?" No idea, I said quickly. I'm going to turn into jury rig once the Omnitrix recharges and see if I can stop it. Jarvis, Axe, can you guys do anything? No, sir, Axe said. The controls are disconnected now. The Insight carrier will explode soon, no matter what is done by us. This is a hardware issue. Well, luckily, jury rig is a hardware kind of guy, I said firmly. Rhodey dropped Creel, stepping over to join me. Creel smoothly landed, rose up, and grabbed Rhodey's right arm. He squeezed down at the same time as he absorbed the material of Rhodey's suit. Rhodey yelled out when his forearm gauntlet was destroyed in a single squeeze. You should have used an organic material for the syringe, Creel sounded almost sad. Creel slammed a headbutt into Rhodey's minigun, destroying it, then grabbed Rhodey's left wrist and pulled both of War Machine's arms back, placing a knee against Rhodey's back. Rhodey struggled, and for a moment they held against each other, but Creel had Rhodey pinned with superior positioning and the enhanced strength of his form. Stop, I yelled out. Creel, the same black color as Rhodey's armor now, looked up at me. The two continued to struggle, but Creel was listening. I raised my hands up. Creel, we have about, I looked at the console, 3 minutes left before this thing blows. I can save us. I know you've been brainwashed, I said. My compliance will be rewarded, Creel said softly. I must allow the self-destruct. Yeah, that. But I can fix you. Zola, he was terrified someone would try to brainwash him. He came up with ways to reverse it, to even stop it. We can help you. Creel's eyes widened, and he almost lost his grip on Rhodey's arms. Please, fight the conditioning. You can be free. We can all escape, can stop the explosions, just please. For a moment, I held my breath. Creel stared at me. The clock on the computer lowered bit by bit. Then, with pain in his eyes, Creel began to pull back hard on War Machine's arms. Rhodey yelled. The Omnitrix suddenly went green, and for some reason, a hologram popped up without my prompting. I tapped the watch and leaped forward as Creel began to break Rhodey's spine. The change that came over me was instant. My bones and muscles became gelatinous in shape. Brown skin became an inky black, with green lines shooting across me. My clothes shifted to my stomach, then turned pure white, and the Omnitrix symbol appeared on my chest. I felt my eyes become a single optic as my cells changed, going from human to almost mechanical in nature. I reached forward with a four-fingered hand towards War Machine as for the first time in months, I yelled out an alien's name I never had. Upgrade. Creel, surprised by my attack, tried to press harder. The armor on Rhodey's back was buckling. So my hands grabbed Rhodey's shoulders, then flattened out and began to flow across the black armor's cold metal. My nano-organic cells began to sink into the War Machine. I looked at Creel and fired a single beam of green light from my single eye, pushing him back with the laser blast. Creel stepped back in pain, and I focused on Rhodey. My body joined to his armor. The experience was weird, not like putting on clothes, more like injecting extra bone and muscle mass inside of me. I entered the War Machine and Rhodey's mask snapped down. The entire suit's color scheme changed to black with green circuit stripes. I felt the arc reactor flood me with more power than I could ever believe and made that power more efficient in turn. Every single aspect of the suit jumped up by a degree that seemed impossible, and I felt I could do even more if I wanted to, as if I could mold and alter the suit as easily as someone does clay. Rhodey stared at the HUD as I looked around. What just happened? Rhodey asked, both with his words and his thoughts. It was me, I answered in kind from within, as his suit. I gave you an upgrade. We stood up. The arc reactor in our chest whined to life, the symbol of the Omnitrix glowing in that spot. Any damage left by Creel had disappeared, leaving pristine black and green metal in its place. This feels, Rhodey trailed off, awed. Yeah, I know, right? We turned to look at Creel, who stared back at us. The man rose up, rushing towards us. We raised our hands, and a green flow flashing from our palms. When we fired, a green repulsor beam the size of a truck seemed to turn the world in front of us into emerald light. Only a quick adaptation on my part prevented Creel from being vaporized, making it so the center of the attack was concussive and the outer edges were vaporizing. The massive green blast still smashed into Creel, throwing him screaming out the window like a ragdoll. The blast also destroyed the front of the bridge, leaving smoking ruin in its wake in the shape of a massive hole burned by the repulsor blast. Molten steel dripped from the ceiling in the silence that followed.
Holy shit, Rodeo said.
The accelerated reality of our HUD helpfully showed us that the temperature of the air had reached almost 490 degrees Celsius. At that point, I remembered the self-destruct. "One sec, Rhodey," I separated from him, leaving him to stagger as his armor returned to its normal state. "Oh, that just feels weird," Rhodey said as I flowed over to the console. Moving as upgrade was strange. I'd imagined it would feel like goop did, but goop felt like what being water would feel like. Fluid and constantly shifting. Moving as upgrade felt strangely as though I was still human, just able to feel every one of my cells at once. As though I could look at my human hand and know that I could collapse it into formlessness. It was hard to describe. I looked at the console for a moment, plenty of time left. I put my hands against the console and pressed into it, then through it. My consciousness stretched. First, the console, then the room, my cells merging with floors, the ceiling all the way to the windows I'd blown out with Rhodey, repairing the damage to create holoscreens that showed the outside. "Whoa," Rhodey said, looking around the black and green patterned room. I wasn't done yet. I extended my body and consciousness into the command tower. I merged with catwalks and railings, became one with computers, did the cybernetic equivalent of a wave towards Jarvis and X as they watched me work. I extended onto the flight deck, turning the concrete into metal, slipped over the anti-aircraft weapons and repairing the ones I'd destroyed. My cells invaded deeper into the ship. I went through weapons systems and made them railguns or laser emitters on a whim. I entered into the engines and upgraded them. I even entered the cafeteria and bedrooms of the ship, all the way to the clear glass dome in the belly of the ship, infecting the whole of that space. My last stop was Jury Riggs' creation in the main power room. It was by far the most advanced object on the ship, light years ahead of anything else. "Sorry, Rhodey, your armor is still cool as shit, though." I integrated Jury Riggs' machine into myself. Soon I was done. I had become the Insight helicarrier, and it had been upgraded. I felt my form glow black and green, and looked out with eyes made of the sensors and cameras of the ship, and so much more. Zola's algorithm was now as much a part of me as my DNA. I now understood the world in a way I had never comprehended as a human, almost a technological version of Swampfire's connection with plant life. With a thought, a person's life was bared to me. As Rhodey stood inside of me, looking out in awe at the glowing flight deck that was a part of me, I got a series of reports on him. From his family history, his interactions with the media, psychological and medical files, camera footage of him in various bases and within Stark Industries facilities, even some stuff on social media of Tony filming Rhodey with strippers Tony had hired to loosen his friend up. I got every bit of a picture that could be painted on Rhodey. I turned it off seconds later. No one needs to know so much about a person. Instead, I focused on the self-destruct, which was actually rather brilliant. Once the captain activated it, the software disconnected, letting the rest go completely on its own. Of course, now that the arc reactor and repulsor technology was a part of my body, I shut it down. It felt a lot like swallowing back a cough. Oddly enough, "Okay, we're good," I said through the ship's speakers. Then, within myself, I looked at X and Jarvis. "I assume you made it so the other captains are locked out from doing the same thing." "Indeed," Jarvis said. "We've also reinstalled the failsafe systems." To my perception, he looked like a floating orange orb of light, with striations bouncing back and forth. It was then that I realized something about Jarvis. He may have started out as a natural language UI. In fact, I could read the bits of code that indicated that. But now he was so much more. I'd assumed he was a VO. Hello, Tony never even corrected me otherwise. But Jarvis was a full AI now, or as close as existed, which made me turn to X. "Sir, this is—" X seemed speechless as he stared at me within the world of software. He was, appropriately, shaped like me, if I was made of blue light, and he— "Oh no." "Yes," I said softly as our software interacted. "Do you feel different?" He didn't speak. He didn't have to. Jarvis said nothing, having clearly noticed what I had. "Okay," I said slowly, pulling my surprise back with a final thought of how bullshit Jury Rig was. "We'll figure it out. For now, are the other helicarriers safe now?" As I said, all fail-safes are in place, and any attempts otherwise have been locked out. Jarvis said, "We'll monitor the situation to prevent anything else." "Then it's time for me to take this baby for a spin," I said excitedly. "Upgrade wanted to play." "Mr. Shahid," Jarvis said, X still silent. "Isn't that really far too much power to bring into the battlefield?" "Yeah, but I can't just possess a helicarrier and not use it," I stated as matter of fact. Jarvis let out a long-suffering sigh. Dial, I focused on my bridge when Rhodey spoke. "I think Creel is getting up, and I rather imagine it would be overkill to turn the helicarrier weapons against him," Jarvis stated. "Fiend," I rolled my eyes. With a bit of disappointment, I released myself from the ship, becoming Upgrade once more, then joined with War Machine again. "Okay, let's take him out." "I'm down with that," Rhodey said. Together we flew out of the hole that was back in the bridge. In the broken remains of a Quinjet lay Creel. We floated over him as he rose out of it, glaring at us. He was now made of the same material as Quinjet, which he grabbed a piece of and tossed at us like a giant shuriken. The minigun on our shoulder aimed at the wing and started shooting with impossible speed, destroying it with a hail of lasers rather than the bullets it once fired. "Should have let me go," Creel shouted. He grabbed another piece and threw it, only for us to catch it with smooth ease the armor hadn't been capable of before. "You know, I still sympathize with this guy, but," Rhodey said both with words and thoughts. His fingers twitched, only for him to stop when he realized how easily he was crushing the wing in his grip. "Yeah, let's finish him for his own good," I agreed. We cocked our arm back and threw the piece of Quinjet back. It hit Creel with incredible force, sending him flying across the top of the flight deck, going through another Quinjet and sending flames up into the air in his wake. Newly created ports opened on our back, and the incredible power of the arc reactor flared from the new and upgraded repulsors I'd created. Moving as one, we flew towards Creel. Rhodey activated his HUD and read the material Creel was made of through the accelerated simulation program. Quickly, I scanned the material with Rhodey, and together we searched on the internet and discovered the tensile strength and the various weaknesses it had, our minds working in tandem to plan our next step. By the time we flew past him and came to a stop, we had a plan, albeit a very simple one. Watching him fly towards us, Rhodey and I came to a conclusion on how much force was needed to defeat Creel. By the time he was about to reach us, our right arm was punching forwards. Our forearm became a cannon, a mimicry based on my love of Mega Man, and we blasted him with a wave of sonic, laser and repulsor energy. Each part of the blast was keyed to fire a specific amount of energy, made to overwhelm Creel without killing him. The blast hit Creel mid-flight, cancelling his forward motion and dropping him to the ground where he began turning back to his original state. "About time," Rhodey said at the unconscious form of the superhuman. "Now what?" "I make an entrance," I told him, separating from his body and joining with the helicarrier once more. As the floor under Rhodey became me, he looked around. "Couldn't you have just shot Creel as a giant damn ship? Some things are personal, and Jarvis told me not to," I admitted through the helicarrier's speakers, knocking out any Hydra personnel within me with some newly constructed security measures like taser guns popping out of the walls. Plus, I'm a firm believer that War Machine combining with Upgrade is cool as shit. "Hell yeah, it is. Kinda weird you became my armor, though. I just know Tony is going to make jokes about this later," Rhodey said, a little disgruntled, watching as the floor under Creel opened up to pull him into me. A series of slides brought him to the brig, along with all the Hydra soldiers I'd knocked out within my halls and rooms. Once I was done, I focused on my next task, checking out the situation up top. Then I pointed my guns up at the ceiling and started shooting at low power. Natasha Romanoff, Black Widow. Natasha was wearing her black outfit, having discarded her disguise for the easier-to-moving clothes. Clint had done the same, wearing his purple long coat and quiver. Together the two had joined Sharon Carter and her group and were now cleaning out the rest of the Triskelion. "So you should just give him a chance," Natasha said, as she strode confidently next to Sharon, holding her pistols up and watching for any threats as X and Jarvis calmly informed her of what was happening at their destination.
Is this really the time to talk about this?
Sharon gave Natasha a look. She'd put on a bulletproof vest now, looking strangely petite in the oversized body armor while carrying a massive assault rifle. "Always time for romance," Clint said, his bow held at the ready. "Seriously, I worry about Steve. I really don't think he's my type," Sharon admitted, ignoring the chuckles of the agents behind her. Natasha and Clint gave her a stunned look.
Are you kidding? Have you seen Steve?
Clint asked, shocked. "The man is built like a demigod. I mean that literally. Thor is one of my best friends, and those two could be brothers." Looks aside, "He's got that 'aw shucks nice guy' thing going on," Natasha added. "He's sweet." They came to a door and stopped outside, taking positions next to it. After a shared nod, Natasha and Clint kicked it open. Inside was a room full of cubicles, like something one would see in any office in North America, with a massive windows on the other side of the room that displayed the crystal mountain outside. The soldiers inside would have looked out of place in any office setting. However, they were setting up blocks of C4 in the middle of the room, apparently under orders to cause as much destruction as they could. Natasha had to admire how many standing orders Hydra had prepared, which didn't change the fact they were still aggravating. Hydra soldiers began to fire at them, killing one of the SHIELD agents. Natasha rolled behind a cubicle, then rose up and shot 2 men in the head. Clint fired an arrow in the center of the group. When it hit, it released a brief EMP burst, deactivating the detonators in the hands of the soldiers before they could blow the C4. He fired another shot that pierced a soldier's throat before ducking when bullets were sent his way. Sharon fired her assault rifle for a moment, killing 1 soldier and sending another one to duck away. While the cubicles were terrible for cover, being easy to shoot through, they were perfect for concealment. "Something kind of nice about this," Natasha yelled, leaping forward to punch a man in the throat, kick him to the floor, and drop a knee into his chest, firing her pistol again at the other soldiers while a SHIELD agent next to her shot the man she was holding down. "Really?" Clint asked loudly, firing an explosive arrow to cut off 3 men trying to run away, then shooting one of them in the thigh, leaving him to quickly bleed out. "I guess I can see it." "Are you crazy?" Sharon asked, leaning out of cover, trying not to think about the fact she had never bantered during a fight before. "What is nice about this? We're killing former SHIELD. Hell, I know that guy." She followed her statement by shooting that guy in the chest, hitting his shoulder instead when he ducked aside. "Yeah, but at least it's just normal people in this fight," Natasha said, catching a grenade out of the air and tossing it back to explode. "Nothing crazy, just boom." Outside the window behind the Hydra soldiers, a portion of the crystal mountain disappeared in a blaze of green light and sound. The entire building shook, and some of the windows cracked. Everyone in the room stopped, looking outside. Dust fell from the sky above, a shiny blue-green one reminiscent of something from fairy tales. It took a moment for Natasha to realize the dust was the remains of the crystal that had been destroyed. From the hole that had appeared in the center of the mountain rose a helicarrier. The Hydra soldiers cheered. Natasha shared a look with horror with Clint, worried that the impossible had happened, that one of the helicarriers had been able to somehow blast its way free. Then they looked closer. It shone a bright black with circuits of green. Its weapons looked different, very futuristic, with sections of green script shifting along them, and on the side was an enormous emblem, the Omnitrix. "This is Dial," a familiar voice boomed. "I have control of War Machine Helicarrier 01. Stand down, all Hydra forces." In a display of power, the guns on the bottom of the ship twirled towards the bridge where the ground vehicles were being brought in. "Yep," Sharon said in shock. "Normal. Sam Wilson, Falcon. Sam flew next to Iron Man, diving towards the convoy of vehicles on the ground with the other flyer. The gunship fired bullets at Sam, forcing him to veer off slightly before the gunship was hit by a repulsor beam. A lot easier to do this when your wingman can shoot lasers. They're not. Iron Man sighed. Whatever, I'll give you some upgrades when this is over so you can shoot something more useful than those pea shooters while flying. For now, holy shit! Iron Man stopped to stare in the distance, floating in the air. Sam turned to look, then twisted in the air to hover. Damn! This is Dial, a familiar voice boomed from the speakers of the ship. I have control of War Machine Helicarrier 01. Stand down, all Hydra forces. The guns on the ship turned, pointing at the bridge Falcon and Iron Man were defending. Then they fired. For a moment the ship seemed to glow like a green sun before a wave of power hit the bridge. Pinpoint fire slammed into the sonic cannons on the vehicles, the guns on top of the Humvees, and the weapons on the gunships. The soldiers were hit by concussive blasts, breaking ribs as impossible shots curved to smash into their chests, no matter where they tried to hide. The tanks brought in were hit hardest, torn to pieces as bullets covered in energy sliced through the treads, the main cannon and the engine block. Some shots slammed into the bridge, tearing massive craters that sent men flying into the air to get hit once more before falling, groaning, to the bridge. In an instant, the entire convoy was left shattered. Damn, maybe you should open with that next time, Dial, Sam said in shock. There wasn't a way for me to do this until a couple minutes ago, Dial said over the comms. Hold on. More lasers fired into the distance. A fleet of Quinjets were headed over here. I just took them out. They'll have to land in a bit. So yeah, the Omnitrix just gave me this power. I'm going to study the shit out of that watch. Iron Man added, floating upwards. We're not done yet, Fury said over the comms. I've got reports that Hydra around the world is scrambling. Someone is communicating despite our efforts. We need to convene our next move. Take in the rest of Hydra in the area. Dial, if you stop whatever you're doing, can we still use that helicarrier? Yes, though the windows are still blown out, plus it'll be a normal Insight helicarrier. Just a normal advanced version of the most powerful aircraft in the world then. I can work with that. We got 2 helicarriers to work with that. Maria, you're in charge of the Triskelion. It's time we get everyone together. Mahmoud shook at a Dial. It was weird. I'd expected there to be some big climatic finish to the fight. One of us having a big fight to the death in an exploding building or something. Instead, we just had more work to do. Hydra soldiers to arrest and put in cells, people to speak to, assets to reposition, medical supplies and ammunition to pass out. Stuff I'd known were part of superheroics, but never really thought of. First, I had to help a friend with a personal matter. Okay, get him in here, I said to Steve as we walked through the hallways of the helicarrier I'd stolen. The ship was in flight, headed to stop an attack that was still happening. There were 4 of us. I was back in human form, my gun and knife back in their holsters, and my watch set to diamond head in case of surprises. Steve's helmet was off his shield on his back, with Tony armorless at his side. Steve had Bucky in massive cuffs, similar to the ones Steve and I had been put in yesterday. Damn. Anyways, the Winter Soldier was looking angrily around as Steve gently led him along, his gaze especially hard towards Tony, who only returned a smug grin every time they met eyes. I opened a steel door and waved the 3 inside, following them after. Okay, made these special for you and Creel, I waved at the room in front of us. Well, S.H.I.E.L.D. had them for field imprisonment. I just put in here with some of the stuff Tony and I made. It had been a cafeteria once, though thankfully the helicarrier was way too new for any of the interesting smells of an older dining area would have to settle in. I'd removed a lot of the tables, replacing them with 2 large boxes in the middle of the place. They were massive steel things the size of cells on the inside, the interiors made of square plush foam similar to a mental institution's padded cells. One held Creel, who turned and looked at us as we entered. He was sitting he had a screen in front of him playing a winding series of lights. He quickly turned to look at it, ignoring us in favor of focusing on the screen. The other cell had a chair with some screens around it, some arms set to wrap around a person's head. As soon as Bucky saw it, he flipped out. He spun to attack Tony with a kick, only for Steve to block it on his arm. "Whoa!" Tony yelled, backing away. "Steve, your friend is still an asshole." "Bucky, it's not what you think," Steve yelled. "You're not putting me in there," Bucky shouted. Diamond Head. As soon as I transformed, I grabbed Bucky by the shoulders, pulling him close. Since his arms were bound behind him, his only option was to kick. His foot bounced off my groin, leaving me glad I wasn't a human for a moment. "Creel," I yelled out. "Tell him. They're not brainwashing Barnes," Creel yelled out. "They're curing us." I pulled Bucky into my arms. He roared, trying to escape my grasp. Even with Diamond Head's strength and Bucky's restraints, he still gave me a hell of a fight. "Buck," Steve stepped forward. "I promise, we aren't going to hurt you." Bucky stared at him with wild eyes. "You know me. I'd never hurt you. We're going to get rid of what Hydra did. Please, calm down." Bucky looked over at Creel. The tall, bald man nodded. I don't have to comply. I still want to, but I don't believe my compliance will be rewarded." That meant something to the Winter Soldier. He calmed down in my arms. Tony and Steve stared at him as his breathing relaxed. When I was sure he wasn't going to attack, I released him but stayed Diamond Head. "When Zola created his brainwashing methods," I explained, "he wanted a way to counter it. Selfish bastard wanted it in case one of his rivals tried to do it to him. But with it, we can cure you. It'll take time, but you'll be restored. Tony and I even improved it." Bucky stared at the device in his soon-to-be cell, as though it were the devil, but when Steve gently guided him towards it, he complied. Tony shook his head, looking over at me. "Hell of a pair." "Blame Hydra," I replied. "We need to take those assholes out." Several people entered the cafeteria. S.H.I.E.L.D. personnel with degrees I couldn't pronounce came in. Steve gently strapped Bucky down, whispering gently to him. Once Bucky was completely set in his seat, the scientists went inside. "Well, time to clean the crazy Russian super assassin's brain," Tony said flippantly. "You know, I still think we should give him some improvements. I could make him as smart as me. Well, maybe a little less than half, but still, I think he'll be fine with just being himself." I looked at Tony. "I gotta go. You gonna be okay here?" Tony hesitated. He stared at Bucky for a moment, and I saw his fists clench. He looked at Steve, then lifted his eyes towards my bright yellow ones. After a moment, he sighed. "He killed my parents, and I know it wasn't his fault, but it still bothers me." Tony shook his head. "The only two things that are going to push me through this is that Steve wants his friend back, and Natasha promised to help me track down the asshole who gave the order." I nodded. Tony didn't notice, simply walking forward to enter the cell. "Hey," a certain bald superhuman said. I looked over at Creel. He was leaning against his door, his face pressed against the window. "How will I know when this is done?" I walked over to be face to face with him, returning to my human form with a tap on the Omnitrix. "When you can hear words like comply and reward without feeling pleasure, happiness, or need." Creel winced, staring at me. "And then what? You let me go?" "Not up to me, Creel," I admitted. "If it was my choice, I'd probably just let you go. Well, not before letting wrath of another go with you." "Give it a shot," Creel challenged. For a moment we glared at each other. Funny, I'd never had a rivalry with anyone before. But right now we're trying to counter Hydra with all we've got. They're attacking the S.H.I.E.L.D. Academy, so we'll start there. Once we've had time to sit down, we'll see." Creel didn't seem satisfied with that. He stared at me for a bit longer, then turned and walked to sit at his chair again, staring at the TV with intensity as lights played across his face. I looked at him a moment longer, then at the cell next door, where a metallic headband was being placed on Bucky's forehead. I sighed and left the room. "How are our two brainwashed assassins doing?" Fury asked as I entered the bridge. "Hey, I take offense to that." While Clint tried to say it jokingly, he ended up more morose towards the end of his sentence. Natasha noticed, giving him a sad smile, and he returned it with a chagrined nod. "They're okay," I said. "It'll take time before we can say they're free of their conditioning, but for now, they're on their way." I just wish we didn't have to do it on the move. It's the only choice we have, Fury looked around. The bridge had been totally repaired by my jury rig form. As it turned out, upgrade didn't return items to undamaged states, something War Machine's armor also showed. As jury rig, I'd altered the area at the front of the room where Rhodey and I had blown Creel out of with a big steel wall that projected a holographic image of the outside. It also worked as a main control for the ship, allowing Fury to pilot it with his eye alone. The room was full of S.H.I.E.L.D. agents working at the consoles. X's device was plugged into a wall nearby. I walked by and gave X an affectionate, "Okay, when do we deploy?" I asked Fury, sitting next to Natasha. He scoffed. "Yeah, I'm still not sure I should deploy you." "Are you just saying that out of habit by now?" I asked. "Paranoia has kept me alive so far," Fury admitted. "But yeah, let's get this done. Natasha, you, Dial, and War Machine will go to one academy. Clint, you go to the other with Falcon, and some of the Quinjet pilots. I'll stay here with Steve and Tony in the meantime. Meanwhile, the helicarrier Sharon and the Council are on. We'll head to the rendezvous." "Should Sharon really be in charge of a helicarrier?" Natasha asked curiously. Fury smiled. "I trust her, and her name, despite her wishes otherwise, has a history. You all head out in 5. For now, I believe you have something to talk about with him." He nodded towards me. I groaned in annoyance. "Oh, come on. Is 5 minutes enough for interrogation?" "No," Natasha stood up and waved for me to follow. "But I promise, it's not an interrogation. I just want to talk." Still feeling hesitant, I rose up, looking back at Clint. I expected a smirk, but instead he nodded silently, his face carefully neutral. "Well, that didn't bode well." Natasha led me into a side room, someplace filled with lights and levers the jury rig would have loved to tear apart. The space was narrow, barely big enough for us both. I raised my eyes as Natasha turned around. "You know, if you wanted to get me alone while you're wearing a leather outfit, asking help from Fury to do it just makes it weird," I said, trying to seem casual. Natasha, way more of an expert at the game of talking out of your ass while being super cool, raised an eyebrow. "That's not why you're here." "I didn't say anything." "Your hands," Natasha said. I looked down at them. "They're shaking. Not often, but every once in a while. And then there's the Omnitrix. You keep looking for reasons to change. Used to be only when you needed it, but now—" I leaned against the wall and sat down, pressing my back against the levers and lights on the cold steel behind me. My legs were squeezed in by the tight space. Natasha sat down next to me. "I found the body," she said, "down below, stabbed in the throat, with footprints of a human and swamp fire next to it." "Yeah," I said softly. "I changed into him right after." She nodded. "How do you feel?" "I don't know," I admitted. I know that I had to do it. It was him or me. But I thought any kill I did it would be me shooting a guy with feedback or shooting a crystal as Diamond Head or nothing that personal, not as me, not while looking into his eyes. Natasha didn't speak. "So, you killed people. I mean, I know I had to do it, and it helps to remind myself of that, but any idea what I should do? Should I try to get over it so I can process it easier next time? Or just—" I trailed off, not saying anything else. "I'm not the person to tell people what their morals should be," Natasha admitted. "Hell, ask Steve and Tony and they'll tell you the exact opposite." "I don't care," I said. "I'll talk to them later. Right now I have you." "Poor you," Natasha teased. After a bit of silence, she tapped my knee. "Look, everyone processes this differently. Talking helps some people. Some are just born for it. Others never get over it. And some can take it and keep doing it when it's necessary. You won't know which you are until you find yourself in the moment again. Killing isn't something we all should reach for. But when it's necessary, you might have to again." I nodded slowly, not accepting it. But this was the real rule. I might have to kill again. If I wanted to survive, for some reason that helped. Knowing I'd only done it when I needed to, that I would only do it if I had to, having someone else say it helped. "For now, stick by me. I'll protect you," Natasha said with a smirk. I chuckled. "Don't I have the watch with the uber-powerful aliens on it?" "Yeah, well," Natasha rose up, helping me as well. Somehow, I feel like you still need protection. Now come on. We have a mission to do. I smiled down at her. Yes, ma'am. When we got close enough, Natasha launched us in a Quinjet while Clint took Falcon in another one. It was kinda cool being part of a fleet of Quinjets separating to fly from a giant flying command center. The helicarrier was behind us in moments. Rhodey and I sat in the back, his armor standing in the center of the large space in a tall rack. It was weird speaking to Rhodey. In a weird way, I now knew him better than anyone else in the world. We had been one, and my direct link to Zola's algorithm had given me even more intimate knowledge than that. But there was something else to talk about. While we were, when you were linked with the suit, Rhodey said in the seat across from me, Jarvis managed to get an understanding of what you were doing. Tony thinks he can replicate it. I cocked my head. What? Make a permanent upgraded war machine? No, Rhodey shook his head. He thinks he can, in a limited way, make his own version of your alien. I stared at him. Yeah, he said with a nod. Jarvis found out that Upgrade is technically made of some combination of organic matter and nanotechnology. Rhodey waved a hand dismissively. I don't know. It is way over my head. But he wants to use the data from War Machine to study it. I looked over at War Machine, thinking about that. In the comics, Tony had done some amazing stuff with nanotechnology, made suits as close to liquid as they were solid steel. Really bleeding-edge stuff. Pun intended. But Upgrade wasn't just nanomachines, he was a living being. If Tony went too far, he would create actual life, just like the Galvan and Azimuth did by total mistake. And people who do that tend to end up with a lot of problems. Seriously, making life is generally a bad idea in fiction unless you cover all your bases, and even then it was a hit-and-miss kind of thing. The only reason the galvanic mechamorphs worked out is cause the Galvan instantly treated them as their own people. The second it was made clear they were sapient, even then Malvia still showed up, though it could be argued whose fault that was. Sir needed to figure out what to do about such a thing. I need to talk to him about that, I said, still staring the War Machine armor. I looked at Black Widow, then got up and walked to look out the window. In the meantime, what's the mission? I mean, I know what it is, but I don't want to screw it up, so a refresher is good. The Shield Academy of Science and Technology is a few minutes away. We're meeting a man named Thomas Calderon, who's assembled a squadron of Quinjes to join us. He'll make a perimeter with War Machine. You and I will go inside. You'll follow my lead while I'm training you. Training me? I asked, blinking. I'm multitasking, Natasha said simply. You'll stay human unless I say otherwise, and I'll see how you do. Not sure if you noticed, but once you return to being a human, you are not exactly much of a threat and people can easily take advantage of that. Besides, this way we can conserve the watch so you don't time out too quickly. I looked over at Rhodey, who smiled kindly. I looked back at Natasha. Shouldn't that be something I learn at a training facility or something? Well, we are going to an academy. Natasha gave me a grin. Smart ass, I replied. How about Rhodey? You need to learn on the job, Rhodey said. And I've got the firepower in case someone attacks from the outside that the Quinjets can't handle. I nodded, but still felt uncomfortable. Natasha noticed. You want to transform, don't you? That was it. I was more comfortable being an alien right now. Stupid, useless angst. I sighed in acknowledgement. I turned and walked over to sit across from Rhodey again. Yeah, I guess so. I shouldn't for a bit, should I? I'm no psychologist, Rhodey said. But I am a soldier. I remember my first kill, that moment after it's over. You know what I felt? Relief, I said. Rhodey nodded. Because I was alive. I even felt proud that I'd beaten him, that I'd survived. And that's normal? It's human, man. We're supposed to do everything in our power to survive and to feel happy when we do. It's okay to feel that way, for a brief moment. It's normal to feel horrified afterward, too. Just remind yourself that you're doing the right thing and that you have people to talk to. Then you can go to therapy if you need it, Natasha said seriously. But for now, we have a mission. Strap in. I put on the belts on my seat as Rhodey did the same next to me. Natasha lowered the quinjet, the motion of the jet giving me a feeling similar to when an elevator dropped, that shift when your stomach is left catching up with the rest of you. Rhodey drew my attention with a wave, pointing at a headset hanging from the ceiling, and put one on his own head. I followed his directions as the sound of other aircraft could be heard outside. "Calderon, this is Romanov. Do you read?" Natasha said on her headset. Rhodey and I listened. It was silent for a long, uncomfortable moment. "I read you, Romanov," a male voice responded. He didn't sound happy. "So Fury sent you? Will that be a problem?" Natasha asked. "You know," the guy said after a moment too long for his answer to be honest. Rhodey and I shared a look. "You have any Avengers with you?" "No, just 2 specialists." "Normal?" She looked back at us. Rhodey and I shrugged. "Not really." "Christ," the guy cursed. "Fine, whatever. We'll discuss when we land." "Can't wait," Natasha rolled her eyes. "If it helps, technically we are normal. We just have really cool toys. Doesn't matter to some people," Rhodey replied. "My armor is enough for most people to get really worried. That watch is probably worse considering it's not human-made. Hell, it explicitly turns you into aliens." I sighed at that but nodded. Sadly, most people wouldn't believe the Omnitrix is technically a diplomatic tool rather than a weapon. Natasha didn't say anything as we came in towards the building ahead. When we landed, Rhodey got into his armor, the suit opening in the front to let him inside. I made sure the Omnitrix was tight on my wrist. Not really necessary, but it was a ritual I was used to. Then Natasha walked up to me and handed me something while looking me in the eyes. "I want you to stay human for a bit. That doesn't mean I'm leaving you defenseless." She reached into a pocket and took out a pair of tiny discs, passing them to me. "Teaser discs," she explained as I stared at the small circles. "They release a burst of electricity when you activate them. Use them as projectiles if you have to." "Got it." I put them into a pouch on my belt. We waited for the back of the Quinjet to open, then went down the ramp. The school was quiet. We'd landed in the parking lot of the academy, which had several black SUVs parked in a circle, and one other Quinjet on the ground. The school itself looked like any college or university I'd ever seen in my life, if more modern, with a large shield symbol high up on one of the walls. More Quinjets hovered around the school, with soldiers running around. They all had their phones strapped to their hips, the Hercules app flashing green. Some of the soldiers had gathered around the Quinjet with guns drawn. We confidently stepped out like badasses, and the Hercules app at their waist flashed green, prompting them to lower their guns. "Sorry about that," one man said. While he wasn't dressed in black combat gear like the others, he seemed to be in charge. A tall, bald man wearing a vest over a button-up shirt and a small bulletproof vest over that. "We weren't sure if it was really you." He came up and held a hand out to Natasha, who shook it. "Thomas Calderon, I'm here to assist in your operation, Agent Romanov." "Understood," Natasha said. She nodded towards us. "These are my assets, War Machine and Dial." "The Avengers?" he asked, looking between us, noting Rhodey's armor and my very unique uniform. "Reserve," she said, even though I wasn't sure there was an official name for what Rhodey and I were to the current shield. He said, a complicated look on his face. "Problem?" Rhodey asked. "No, I have issues with people who have as much power as the Avengers do. But you helped us at the Triskelion, so it would be stupid of me to let my suspicions get in the way of my professionalism," Calderon said evenly. "Very magnanimous of you," Natasha said diplomatically. "Okay, my team is ready to go," Calderon said. 10 men plus me." "Got it." Natasha looked at Rhodey. "You good?" "Yep." He gave me a friendly pat on the shoulder before his mask snapped down and he took off into the sky with a loud whoosh of noise. "Ha," Calderon said, watching as Rhodey flew to join the Quinjets. He looked at me. "So you need a gun?" I patted my handgun. He seemed to accept that as an answer. "Okay, we move on, Black Widow," he said to soldiers nearby. "That means follow me," Natasha said helpfully, smirking when I gave her an annoyed glance. "You want me to follow the buddy system?" I asked as we walked towards the school. "Do we get juice snacks when this is over?" "If you're good," she joked, then became more serious. Okay, you had time before and during the flight to study this place. What do you know? The first lesson about missions is learn everything you can about them, Natasha said, going up some stairs as the soldiers followed. The location, the targets, evacuations points, history, allies nearby. What do you know about it? The school is one of 3 run by S.H.I.E.L.D., I said hurriedly. S.H.I.E.L.D. sends all the smart people they can here, the ones with PhDs. It's run by Dr. Jennifer Weaver. Good enough, some soldiers ran ahead to the glass doors ahead, opening them for us as Natasha and I took out our guns. Next time, I want you to try and memorize maps of the area we're trying to attack. Even the slightest idea of what a place is like can save your life or save others. I nodded, kinda amazed at the turn my life had taken that lead to me getting lessons from Black Freaking Widow. Okay, I'll take point. You stay by my side, Calderon. You're up front with us. Dial. You get ready to transform, if need be. Okay? Understood, Calderon and I said in unison. We entered the school. The place was an odd combination of clean and futuristic with the messy aftermath of an evacuation. Despite all the glass windows, stylish statues and clean marble everywhere, there were also papers spread all over the place, scuff marks on the floor, signs of people running away from something. It was eerily quiet in the school. We walked through the hallways as a group, moving at a loping pace. I tried to copy the professionalism of the soldiers around me, but found it easier to just walk like a human being and not a loaded spring. Okay, down this hallway, Thomas said, leading us to the right. The bunker should be in the next building. Things felt tense. It felt like we were in the middle of a haunted house, with the papers everywhere, the silence of everything except the Quinjets outside and our footsteps. I took a breath and looked at Natasha. She wasn't affected by the tense atmosphere, just doing that catwalk she did that drew the eye. When she saw me looking, she smiled. Always project confidence, she whispered, even when you're worried. Are you? I asked her. More suspicious, she said. Hydra should have sent someone, anyone. These are the most brilliant minds in the world, but they left them untouched. Even the Hydra personnel hidden among the faculty and students gave up without a fight. That worries me. Suddenly, a loud sound came from ahead of us. We all froze, aiming our guns forwards. Or they were waiting, Thomas said. We went towards the noise. My palms were sweaty, forcing me to wipe them off on my pants so my grip wouldn't slip. When we got to the end of the hall, Thomas pressed himself against the corner, leading to a wide space. We went up against the wall behind him. He held a hand up and poked his head around the corner, then pulled back. He grabbed his phone and held it up. The Hercules app flashed red when he pointed it around the corner. Hydra, he confirmed what we already knew. 6 of them moving around. How'd they get past the perimeter? I asked. No idea, Thomas said. But they're there. Should we try to capture one? Yes, Natasha said. But leave that with me. Move in after I engage. Without waiting for a response, she went around the corner. We all shared a look. I said softly. I kinda wish I could see what was about to happen. Me too, a guy behind me said. Hello, boys, Natasha said from ahead of us. Thomas leaned over to look. I put my head over his to see as well. Black Widow was fighting in a room full of cafeteria tables, the kind of place that students could hang out. I'd played a lot of Yu-Gi-Oh! On tables like those. Natasha parked over a one such table and kicked a Hydra agent while his friends were staring at Natasha. Apparently her casual greeting had been enough to throw them off. When the first guy was reeling back, the others raised their hands up. Natasha grabbed the guy she'd kicked and pulled him in front of her. The soldiers hesitated long enough to let me take a good look at them. They were all dressed in black uniforms with purple visored helmets. Over the outfits, they wore what looked like exoskeletons with gold sections on the chest and extremities, sections of them glowing with purple lights. Their hands had what looked like gauntlets on hands, with a section over their knuckles looked like a fusion of a brass knuckle and an energy weapon. When they couldn't get a shot on her, 3 of them activated rockets on their backs and feet, lifting into the air to move around. Natasha threw a taser disc at one of the flyers, making him scream and quiver in the air, slamming through a couple tables in a uncontrolled flight. Now, Thomas yelled. We went around the corner fast, the soldiers firing their guns as they moved in. After a moment of hesitation, I started shooting as well, my handgun bucking in my hands. Natasha shot the guy she was holding in the back and twisted out of the way of an attack. Hydra started shooting purple beams from the gauntlets on their hands, one shooting towards us. I ducked a beam and shot my gun at the guy who'd shot at me. He dodged and fired a shot at the soldier next to me, hitting him in the arm and sending him screaming to the floor with his arm removed. Incensed, I grabbed a taser disc and threw it at the guy. It attached to his foot, sending him into convulsions. The guy whose arm had been blasted off shot the Hydra agent in the throat. Natasha leaped from a pillar to grab one of the flying soldiers, bring him down, and electrocuting him with her widow's bite gauntlets, the tasers built into her wrists. He screamed, passing out after a minute. One of the SHIELD soldiers died when the last Hydra agent shot him and tried to blast out of a window, but he fell under the hail of bullets that hit him as assault rifles fired on his retreating form. Thomas looked around in the aftermath of the attack, turning to give Natasha and me a look of sadness when he saw one agent dead and another missing an arm. How did they get here? What is this stuff they got a hold of? Let's ask. Natasha looked at the Hydra agent on the floor. Dial. We may have more in the base. Go fast track. Search through the academy and find out if there are others. I looked at her. She nodded. I raised the watch and switched to fast track, pressing the face down. In a moment, blue and black fur appeared on my form. I gave Natasha a wave, ignoring the shocked gasps that followed my turning into an alien. I was about to leave when I looked at the dead SHIELD agent, then the one whose arm had been removed, who was being tended to by one of his friends. Then I turned to Thomas. I'm sorry about your man there. I looked back at the man who'd lost his arm. And try to visit me when you get the chance. I'll try to whip you up a new arm. I left immediately afterward. Damn, Natasha was right. I really wished I'd read a map before coming here. I did my best, rushing through each hallway, sending papers scattering through the place in my wake. Empty classrooms, offices, dorms, nothing for a bit. Then I got to the other side of the campus. Hydra agents, about 15 men and 1 woman. The men were all dressed in the same futuristic armor as the others. The woman, funnily enough, wore a brown leather jacket and had a black tank top. She also looked like Michelle Rodriguez. Damn it, she was probably someone special. If the trend in this universe followed, they were in one of the larger classrooms, the kind I saw in movies about colleges all the time, with the amphitheater-style setup. I was at the top where the students sat, while Hydra had taken positions at the bottom near the professor's desk. As I watched, 3 more people popped into existence, surprising the hell out of me. They looked up when I entered, but I ran out the other door and activated the communication function of the Omnitrix. This is Dial. I found more Hydra at the classrooms. They're teleporting in somehow. We know, Natasha said. The guy we caught says Hydra has some sort of item, a phase something he doesn't know the full name. Apparently, it lets them teleport wherever they have coordinates. Shit, I cursed. Okay, I'm going to switch to jury rig and create something to cut them off from teleporting. Can you do that? Natasha asked. No idea, but jury rig hasn't failed me yet, I responded. They're dropping into lecture hall 17B. I'm going to go grab some computers to make the device and try stopping them. Go ahead, Natasha said quickly. We'll meet you there. Rhodey, you hear all that? Yeah, I got it, Rhodey responded. Even if they've got cheap copies of Tony's armor, I can stop them. Let us know if you and the Quinjex need help, Natasha said. Clint Falcon, you get that? Yeah, we'll keep an eye out if they try to teleport to this academy too, Clint answered. Thomas is going to send a team to the bunkers. We'll meet Dial near their entry point, Natasha said. Move out.